Oh, good. Yeah.
everybody will have a seat, I'll go ahead and get started. I will now call to order the meeting of the Omaha Planning Board. The Planning Board members that are here today are David Rosacker, Michael Pate, Jeff Moore, Patrick Morris, and I'm Greg Rosenbaum, Chairman. Members of the city staff that are in attendance today are Dave Fanslau, Planning Director, Mike Carter, Acting Current Planning Manager, Robert LaRocco, Planning Board Administrator, Jennifer Taylor of the City Law Department, Lisa Agins, our Recording Secretary, and did we leave out Eric? Sorry, Eric. Eric England. Our rules of procedure are as follows. Notice of this hearing has been published. Copies of today's agenda are located on the table in front of us. You are welcome to come down and pick one up. The cases on the consent agenda will be heard first. Consent cases are perceived by the Planning Board to be non-controversial, have already been heard, or been recommended for layover, and therefore will be read and voted on without the opportunity for your testimony. If you wish to testify, you may remove the case from the consent agenda. When each consent case is read, I will ask if anyone wants the case removed. If you do, please stand up and say so, and the case will be removed. This case will then be heard in the order in which it appears on the regular agenda after we go through the consent cases. When the case is heard, you'll have the opportunity to come to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and give your testimony at that time. When hearing cases on the regular agenda, the board will first hear from the applicant. After the applicant states their case, we will hear from the proponents, and then we will hear from the opponents. After both sides are heard, the public hearing will be closed, and no additional testimony will be permitted unless a board member requests additional information. When at the podium, please clearly state your name, address, and whom you are representing for the record. Your testimony is very important to us. In the interest of time and courtesy to others, please be short and to the point. We will try to limit each case to 10 minutes. Those directly involved in the case, please speak first. We request that large groups select a spokesperson to represent that group, therefore eliminating repetitive testimony. When giving testimony, please provide new information and try not to repeat what has been previously said. We do ask that all speakers and others be treated with courtesy and with respect. In that regard, please remain silent while seated, and please turn off your cell phones. Our decision to approve, deny, or continue a case made here today will be forwarded to the City Council for another public hearing and final disposition by the City Council. Conditional use permits are an exception to this rule. The board's decision made here today on conditional use permits are final and not forwarded to the City Council. Lastly, upon the advice of the Law Department, all communications to the board members from attorneys or other interested parties should be transmitted through the Planning Department so that they are made a part of the public record. The department will then transmit all that information to the board as well as to the rest of the public. Rezoning matters are an exception to this rule. A current copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act can be found in a white binder on the east wall of this room. There are no changes to the consent agenda, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with the consent cases. Agenda item number 7, case C7-20-214, applicant St. Augustine of Canterbury Episcopal Church. It is on for approval. The request, approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit assumed to allow religious assembly in the R1 district. This was laid over from our October meeting. The location is 285 South 208th Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 10, case C3-20-225, applicant Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. It is on for layover. Request approval of the Elkhorn Landing TIF redevelopment project plan, location 20603 and 20605 Elkhorn Drive. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none. Agenda item number 13, case C10-20-228, C12-20-229. Applicant Lane Building Corporation. It is on for approval. The request, revised preliminary and final plat approval of Shadow Glen North Replat 2, a subdivision outside city limits with a waiver to section 5384D lot frontage, along with rezoning from DR to DR R4 and R6. Location, southeast of 168th Street and Bedford Ave. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none, moving on, agenda item number 16, case C12-20-232, applicant Club Car Wash Operating LLC. It is on for layover. The request, preliminary and final plat approval of Stony Brook Place, Lot 6, re-subdivision, a minor plat inside city limits. Location, 5620 South 144th Street. Would anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 17, case C10-20-233. Applicant 18 Howard Owner LLC. It is on for approval. Request, rezoning from DS to CBD. Property is located within an ACI 1 Area of Civic Importance Overlay District. Location, northwest and northeast of 19th Street and St. Mary's Avenue. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none. Agenda item number 18, case C10-20-235. Applicant Thomas McLay. It is on for approval. Request, rezoning from GC to NBD. Property is located within an ACI 1 Area of Civic Importance Overlay District. Location, southeast of 38th and Farnham Street. Anyone want this removed? Seeing none, agenda item number 20, case C10-20-63, C11-20-64. Applicant Mike Golly. It is on for approval. Request, rezoning from GC to R6 with approval of a PUR plan unit redevelopment overlay district. Location, 1620 Clark Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none, agenda item number 21, case C11-20-208. Applicant Mike Golly. It is on for approval. Request, approval of a PUR planned unit redevelopment overlay district. Location, northeast of 18th and Ohio Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, it will be removed, sir, and it'll come on the agenda where it's shown as the 21st agenda item. That is it for our agenda consent items. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve items 7, 13, 17, 18, and 20.
Second.
Wait a second. What did we take off? We took off 21. I'm sorry. My mistake. Okay. Yep. We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Do we have a motion for the items on for layover?
Motion to lay over agenda items number 10 and 16.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Those items that were on consent agenda that we just voted on, no further action will be taken today. If you were here for one of those items, you are welcome to stay, watch the proceedings, or you are free to leave. It's up to you. So, the first three agenda items are administrative only. There will not be any opportunity for public hearing. We'll get started with agenda item number 1, case C12-20-93. Applicant Sidney Franklin for 75 North. Request final plat approval of Highlander East, a subdivision inside city limits. Portions of the property are located within an ACI area of civic importance overlay district. Location southwest and southeast of 29th and Burdette Streets. Eric.
Yeah, the preliminary plat of this Highlander East was recommended for approval by Planning Board on June 3rd and then ultimately approved by City Council on August 11th. There was also a major amendment to the PUR that accompanied the preliminary plat at the June Planning Board meeting and would go forward with the final plat to City Council. This plat creates 9 lots and is consistent with the approved preliminary plat. There is just one item of a street name change for a segment of 28th Street must be changed to 28th Avenue on the final plat Mylars. That being said, staff recommends approval of the final plat, subject to changing the street name for the northern part of 28th Street to 28th Avenue on the final plat Mylars and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to City Council.
Any comments or questions from the board? Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of the final plat, subject to changing the street name for the northern part of 28th Street to 28th Avenue on the final plat Mylars and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding the request on to City Council for final action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Agenda item number 2, case C10-4-60, C12-4-61, applicant BSR FW LLC, request final plat approval of Falling Waters, lots 348 through 429, Outlot H, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from AG to DR and R4, location north of 200th Avenue and Madison Street. Eric.
This is the 5th and final phase of the Falling Waters development. It includes 82 single-family residential lots, 1 outlot, and right-of-way within 23 acres. The most recent revised preliminary plat for this site was back in 2013, so it has been a while. There are just a few items to note. There is a remnant piece that was excluded from the subject boundaries that will need to be included within an outlot along the western edge of the property as it flags down to Harrison Street. There's some stormwater compliance that will need to occur prior to City Council. And staff is recommending approval of the rezoning from AG to DR and R4, approval of the final plat of Falling Waters subject to submittal of a final subdivision agreement and addressing the 3 conditions in the recommendation report prior to City Council.
Any comments or questions from the board? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the rezoning from AG to DR and R4, and the approval of final plat of Falling Waters lots 348 to 429 and Outlot H, subject to submittal of a final subdivision agreement addressing the 3 conditions in the staff report prior to forwarding this request to the City Council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Moving on, agenda item number 3, case C10-20-120, C12-20-121, applicant MRES Ravallo Holdings LLC, request final plat approval of Pacific Renaissance, lots 2 and 3, formerly Pacific Renaissance Replat 1, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from AG to R6, location northwest of 192nd and Pacific Streets. Eric.
Yeah, so this final plat is for 2 lots, a slight name change from when it came through at preliminary plat time back in the July Planning Board meeting. City Council approved on August 18th. There was a major amendment to the PUD to expand the Ravello complex directly to the south. This will be a continuation of that product. There are no changes to the PUD, and that will accompany the final plat when it goes to City Council. Just one item to note, we will need the final plat Mylars to reflect Leavenworth Street as Jones Street west of 192nd Street. There's a Jones Street stub a short distance to the west in the Fire Ridge development that we need those street segments to match up. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning from AG to R6, approval of the final plat subject to submittal of revised Mylars correctly identifying Jones Street west of 192nd Street, and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to City Council.
Any comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve of the rezoning from AG to R6 and approval of the final plat subject to submittal of revised Mylars correctly identifying Jones Street west of 192nd Street and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding the request to City Council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
We'll move into the public hearing part of the meeting. We're going to take agenda item number 4 and number 5 together. Agenda item number 4, case C10-20-218, C12-20-219. Applicant, Coventry Investments LLC. Request preliminary and final plat approval of the Rose at Coventry, a cluster subdivision outside city limits with waivers to section 5394D lot frontage, 5399 sidewalks, and 53912 time limitations, along with rezoning from MU to R6. This was laid over from our October meeting. Location, southwest of 207th and Q Street. And agenda item number 5, case C11-20-220, applicant, Coventry Investments LLC, request approval of a PUD plan unit development overlay district. This also was laid over from our October meeting. Location, southwest of 207th and Q Streets. And Jason, you're presenting?
I am.
Okay.
Afternoon, Jason Thielen, E&A Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road, Suite 100 here in Omaha. Here on behalf of the applicant, as you described, this is 204th Street. This is Q Street. Our location is roughly southeast of George B. Lake and Q Street. This was an original parcel of a little over 18 acres that was originally part of the Coventry mixed-use development. There was a office building was going to go there, sat for a long time. My clients now have it under contract and are bringing it before you from a change of zone from mixed use to R6 with the PUD. And those are upside down. To bring forward a row house project, a build-to-rent project here at this location. I think it's a great location for this product and a great site for it. There's currently 190 units on roughly 17.67 acres. All the units are represented here. There's a daycare located in this corner. That's 10.7 units per acre. If you remove this outlot, which is the detention cell that currently exists on the site, you'd be right at 11.76 units per acre. For reference, a low-density residential subdivision in the city of Omaha is anything less than 14.5 units per acre. And so we have the ability to do more, have chosen not to as we have gone forward through this project. We're using a cluster subdivision to achieve the design here today, to provide for some fee simple lots that we think the market is in desperate need of. A couple features of the project, the way that we ended up where we're at after meeting with staff. These streets are private streets, but they're built to public standards, and they're double lined and road with trees to represent a parkway type feel. When you've got a lot of units in this area, and so we want to create a residential neighborhood with plenty of green space and plenty of walkways and pathways through the project. There's a central feature of a dog park in the middle. As you can tell, this blue line represents the pathways connecting the neighborhood internally. There's a large outlot adjacent to our project that separates this project from the single-family neighborhood. We are maintaining, even though there's somewhere between 100 and 200 some feet at this outlot here, we're maintaining a 30-foot buffer that's required between our project and that outlot. One thing that we did do originally had kind of lots just lined up. We could design this in the typical apartment style fashion, chose not to do that, want this to be a neighborhood representative of residential use. And so we took the pods of buildings and we turned them perpendicular towards all the exterior streets and to this outlot here. And it does a couple things. Number one, you're not going to see a bunch of garageways lined up. The very definition of row houses, it's a bunch of rows with a bunch of garages. So we turn that to reduce any impact to the surrounding area. And then it reduces the amount of light that you might see off the front porch or off that rear porch area there. Provides for some green space in between the units and gives it a little more of a residential feel. These pathways only have a couple driveway pedestrian conflicts, you can see, what you would normally see in maybe a residential neighborhood like that. Lighting will be reduced to what we would typically have to do in a residential neighborhood along these streets. And then the sconces or wall packs you'd see in a typical residential house. We have 760 parking stalls. There's 2 stalls in the garage, and then there's 2 stalls out in front of each unit for 760 stalls. Plenty of parking, and then there's an additional 52 stalls that are available along this public street. You can park on one side of that because it's built to that standard. So a total of 812 stalls. 53% of this project is in green space, open space, between the buildings and the dog park, not including the outlot there. That's for our detention. We do have a couple waivers, and it has to do with mostly the sanitary sewer. We are going to withdraw the waiver for lot frontage as we don't need it per staff report, and we're also withdrawing the timing waiver because we believe this will go faster than we originally had planned. These are the elevations we submitted. I'll be first one to say that they are not attractive. I'll use a nice word there. And that's what the neighborhood got. And that's what the surrounding developers got. And on the September 24th, we sent a letter out to the Coventry HOA, the single-family homes that are adjacent to us. And on the 30th, we met with them, about 30 people at the Holiday Inn Express off of Center, and 30 of them in a Zoom conference. At that meeting, they laid out some things that they would like to see, and then asked that we lay this project over. After discussion with my client, we agreed that a 30-day layover would be beneficial to all parties involved, and so we went ahead and did that. Inside of that meeting and talking with the developers of Coventry, a couple things. They wanted to increase landscaping along the outlot. This location here. The developers of Coventry wanted us to match the streetscape along 207th Street so it mirrored the apartments across the street. Both the neighbors and developers of Coventry wanted to see better elevations, which I don't blame them. And then better landscaping, mostly around here, trying to screen these neighbors here, screening at this location as well. One of the requests was no windows along the units that face towards the outlot. While we think that's actually a detriment to the project, my client went ahead and agreed to that. And they asked for the ability to finish this as their entranceway into their single-family house. They asked if they could have an easement of some sort to finish that entranceway into their development, which I don't think we had a problem with. Had some conversations in between the time that we got new elevations and from the planning board hearing we're supposed to have. I found out that Mr. Slesky is representing the HOA. At that time, on October 19th, we sent a new landscape plan as well as a new elevations for this project, not only to the HOA but also to the adjacent apartment user that's here, as well as the developers of this project. We had a Zoom meeting on the 26th with the HOA and Mr. Slesky and my client. And then we had another conversation, myself and Mr. Sklusky and a representative of the HOA on the 2nd of November. This new site plan, we believe, has answered the majority of the things we feel that we can achieve. We have beefed up the landscaping along the backside of this project here and pulled it around to screen these houses here. These little ticks are the amount of space that's in between the units and the single-family homes. It ranges between 152 feet and 215 feet of space between building to building. So quite a bit of expanse through there. I've had conversations with several of the homeowners that were at the original homeowners meeting, told them we'd be happy to work about placing plants in certain areas or specific species that they'd like to see, so they aren't looking back beyond from their back porches back to that project. We beefed up the landscaping and added fencing along this side of the project. So this is the section of 207th Street. This is the side with the apartments. They've got a double row of trees and they've got a fence. We've matched the same, added the fence, and then we'll continue to match the way that they did their plantings along their frontage along the entire side of it. And then, of course, the elevations. Working with an architect with a couple different looks. Created what I think is a nice looking unit. It's architecturally pleasing. It's got some relief to it within the building. We will continue to work with the developers, and we said the same thing to HOA on materials and colors. We'd like to fit in and match within the neighborhood. We are working through some different options with the balconies and how those might look. This is the side elevation that you would see, that the neighbors would see on the back side. With these windows will be gone. So everything else around this subdivision, except for these, will have those back windows. We will make these front-facing, at least presentable to 207th Street, so to make sure that it doesn't, so it looks like those are maybe presented along 207th Street, so it gives it a streetscape look to go along with the apartments across the way. In our conversation after we provided these, some things that the neighbors had requested is they wanted us to negotiate private covenants with them. That is not something we were willing to do. They wanted to redesign the project, redesign the layout. They think it's too dense. That's something we're not willing to do. And they wanted to increase the architectural style of the buildings over and beyond what we have done. Not willing to do. We've worked hard on this project. It's a unique project. We think it fits well into the neighborhood. We think it fits a market that is desperately being underserved in our area. It's kind of in the middle between that apartment user and that single-family home. You can get a three-bedroom ranch or a three-bedroom, three-story building. You don't have anybody above you, nobody below you, and you've got nobody behind you. And so you've almost got your own little place to live. We are asking for approval of the final plat, preliminary plat, and the change of zone. Our request fits right in with the master plan, first and foremost, so providing diverse housing types throughout the city of Omaha, and we believe we are doing that. We comply with the cluster subdivision regulations as they've been applied to other developments here in this city of Omaha and in projects of this type, and we're in conformance with the R6 zoning district as well as the PUD that's over it. We spent almost 40 days working with the neighbors to work through this. We've got some areas that we just disagree on. I don't think that's bad. But we believe we've met the majority of the requests that they have asked. We have an email from the developers of Coventry saying they approve of the elevations and of the streetscape of 207th Street. And I've received a phone call from the attorney that represents the apartments that they are fine with the elevations as well, and the streetscape wasn't a concern of theirs. We have a pretty clean staff report. The staff report recommends approval for all three items that we're requesting and the conditions, and we believe the changes we've made to the buildings as well as the site plan itself just further solidifies that the department is recommending approval for that. We will continue to work with the neighborhood and continue to work with the developer of Coventry and work through some of the colors and materials along those buildings. We think we've got a great project, and I'd ask for your approval again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jason, I'd made a list of questions for you. I think you've answered most of them.
Okay.
Or actually all of them. You did say these are rentals.
Yes, correct.
And you talked about the fence. We talked about the fence upstairs. Do you have an illustration or picture of the fence with you today?
I did not bring that, but that press point black fence that looks like wrought iron is what the fencing is.
Looks like wrought iron.
Yeah, that's what it resembles it.
Okay.
Yep, and just on 207th Street.
Landscaping, what size, are you talking about, what size trees and shrubbery are you putting in? Are we looking at 10 years before we're going to have a mature tree, or are you going to mix in some mature trees along with younger trees, or what?
Well, the city requires a 2-inch caliper tree.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know that in strategic places we're not unopposed to working through the neighborhood and some bigger trees, 7-8 foot tall evergreens. So this outlot is pretty well vegetated, but we're not unopposed to working through neighborhood with that. It all comes down to cost, but we understand the perceived impact that we are having on their lives. We get it. But we feel like we can work with them and move through this project and make sure that they are something that they don't feel like they back up to, that they can't be proud of. And that's just not where we're at.
Okay. Any other questions for Jason?
Yeah, I've got just a couple for you, Jason. So I'm glad that you're meeting with the neighbors. I think that's a very, very important element in any project, right? Most of their concerns that you outlined there, I think you've been agreeable to some and maybe not so agreeable to others. The one that I've got a little bit concerned with, although it is much improved, are the architectural styles.
Yeah, I would
okay?
agree.
The initial one was, as you mentioned, not very attractive.
Not
right?
pretty.
The one that you just showed us, which is new today to us, I think is much better. But I'm not so sure it's so compatible with, not the apartments, but the neighbors, the households in that area.
Okay.
Has there been any discussion about maybe putting a little brickwork or something to maybe enhance the look, to make it more compatible with the neighbors?
There's brick and stone on that bottom.
On the very
4 feet.
base?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But in terms of adding a bunch of brick and stone way up the sides, I think we're going to need to do something like that along 207th Street because it's going to be visible until trees work in, and we've talked about doing that, adding some windows on that side. On that back side, they want us to screen it so they can't see it. So we're going to spend a bunch of money putting brick and stone on something that they're never going to see. It's a conflicting request. Hey, screen this. We don't want to look at it. And oh, by the way, put more in there.
Yeah,
put more
so-
into the buildings. And so I have to ask myself the comment I get is we would never live there. And I'm like, okay, that's okay. There are people that want to live here. We know that. We've done the market research. We've seen it.
Well, screening will screen to a certain degree, but it won't screen everything necessarily, unless you got a lot of dense shrubbery and trees with large canopies in them.
Happy to do all evergreen there. I don't know that necessarily that we care.
Yeah.
The outlot is, like I said, pretty well vegetated. We're putting.
The only thing I get concerned with in these things is it's a nice project. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a nice project, but I would like it to be more compatible, a little bit more compatible with the neighborhood. What I'm worried about is I don't want it, and I don't know that it would, but I don't want it to devalue the property values of the neighbors.
Well, we know that density and market rate housing, which does not have an effect on values of property. We get that argument with apartments all the time. This is less dense than the apartments across the street. I doubt any of them have seen a devaluation. Again, there's 152 to 207 feet, 225 feet of space. We've put projects way more dense than this at 30 feet away from houses in the $500,000 range. And have it, and yes, they come out, but we do it in a way, we landscape it, we do, and so I'm adding 30 feet plus the addition of the landscaping plus the addition of the additional outlot. Not entirely sure there is a real worry there in terms of value.
Well, I'm going to guess, I'm not sure, but I'm going to guess we might hear something
I
different
would
from
imagine you will
from the
as well.
neighbors.
That is very true.
All right, well, I'm glad that you're working with neighbors. I would encourage you to continue to have a dialogue with the neighbors
We
as much as you
absolutely
can.
will.
And I will say the same thing to the neighbors as well, vice versa. It works both ways, right?
We had a really good productive conversation after this. There's some things that came out of the Zoom meeting that I thought we could do in relationships to the leases and adding some things that they had concerns in, even though it's not something they'd be a party to. My client is willing to add a section in there that gives the lease teeth. If the people are parking cars and vans and boats and things like that on even though there's city code against that, but a little more beefing up the lease, which I think between now and city council is perfectly fine negotiating. I think our struggle is redesigning our project because you think it doesn't look good or you don't like the density is just a really tough non-starter for us at that point. We feel like we've reduced this project by a significant amount of units from where we started, and we like where it's at.
Could you fit more units on
Oh
this?
yeah, I could fit 50 or 60 more.
Just
If
by
I
reducing-
just roll
by
them.
reducing
Well, I could slam them in with. I wouldn't have to do the private roadway. That's 50 feet of space. I could make it all look like an apartment, and pave it and just go through R6 for sure. We absolutely could, and I don't necessarily know that doesn't get approved. I would bet that I could get that approved. That's not the neighborhood look they want. If you look at what they've done with the buildings, turn them perpendicular to the public streets and to the outlots. You look at what they've done with the increased landscaping. They updated the elevations. You're gonna have to come inside this development to look at it and be like, wow, okay, this isn't as bad as we thought. So that's what I see. Is we're not lining units along the street frontage. Everything's turned.
And remind us again, what's the average square footage of each unit going to be on?
There's 1,476 square feet of livable space. They're all 3-bedroom units.
3-bedroom unit?
So each
1400.
unit gets a 2-bedroom or a 2-stall garage. They give a living space up, and then the bedrooms, a 3-bedroom above that. And so from a market standpoint, it is cheaper to rent this 3-bedroom than it would be and get a garage than it would be to get most 2-bedrooms in West Omaha.
And what are your rental rates going to be approximately?
$1,500 a month
$1,500 a month for the 3-bedroom.
for 3.
For a 3-bedroom, right? Yeah.
And the range from 2 to 3 bedrooms is somewhere between $1,200 to $1,800 in West Omaha. You know,
All right, thanks, Jason.
you're welcome.
Hey,
Okay.
Jason.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jeff.
The creek and the trees that you have to this, are you doing anything with that?
We-
Leaving it all alone?
We can't touch it.
Can't touch it.
That was one concern that they had brought up. They've got some erosion running through the project. Let me see if I can grab this. They've got a project, they told us they've got a project to kind of, so this has been vegetated for probably a good decade or more. There's a pretty good amount of water that runs through this development and through this creek system that's causing some of those problems. This detention cell that's right here is actually sized for about 86% impervious coverage on that site. Again, we're at 47. We could actually, and we looked at reducing the size of that and putting more units in that space there. We chose not to do that. We're going to clean it up, make it look nice, and it's oversized for our development based on storm sewer. Everything wants to flow here. One thing we did, and I think it's a valid concern on their part, that they didn't want to see erosion, and nor do we, because it becomes a problem. We put in storm sewer. Again, wouldn't need to put this expense, but put storm sewer at the end of these to pick up that water and pipe it directly into that. So that's a nice feature. I think it helps us from once you plan all this stuff, you don't have a bunch of water rushing off the site, and then protects the creek stabilization there. This is part of the SID. We're a part of the SID. So our taxes, increased tax base for the SID, I think is a positive, and it will also allow more evaluation to help pay for things like that. But I don't know that we can touch anything in that outlot. You're welcome.
Thank you, Jason. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents wishing to speak? Jerry, before you start, we had a lot of correspondence. Can I see a show of hands of how many people from Coventry came down today? Okay, wow. How many of you plan on speaking today?
Well, I was going to cover that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's
It won't
fine.
be a lineup.
Gotcha. I'm just going to remind everybody, new
Yeah.
testimony if there's
Can
going to
you
be a
leave
lot of
the,
people. It looks like yourself and
projector on,
2
please?
others, but
Say again?
it looks like yourself and 2 others, I think, are going to
3
speak.
others.
3 others, okay. Got
Mr.
it.
Chairman, members of the board, Jerry Slesky, I'm representing the Coventry HOA. We have had some good meetings, mainly on Zoom calls in the last couple weeks. I have some comments. I put most of them in my letter to you, and what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is let the 3 speakers speak on different subjects that is a compilation of the neighborhood's concerns, and then I'd like to come up for just a couple minutes to summarize.
Thank you.
These are all of the officers, the president, the vice president, and the treasurer of the HOA.
Okay. Go ahead, come on up. Make sure you give your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Mark Grebe. My address 5531 South 208th Circle. So thanks for the opportunity today. I really appreciate being able to address. We've had some discussions. It didn't go quite like Jason described, and I'm going to tell you all about that. I live in a home that's about the closest distance that Jason described there between the project and past the outlet. And so, but I'm not here just to talk about my view out my window, okay? I'm here to talk about how this project is going to impact the neighborhood. And it's kind of my practice to give back to the neighborhoods, give back to my community. This is my third year as the treasurer of the HOA. And also, I've just got elected to SID 524. So I got an active level of participation locally here. And so I'm here to represent the entire neighborhood's best interest. My presentation will suggest to you that this is a project that is unproven, not ready for implementation, lacks appropriate details, and to date lacked independent oversight. In my judgment, this project has far too many unanswered questions and therefore has many inherent risks to the Coventry neighborhood. Along the way, I encountered, from the beginning, I attended every meeting, I encountered many red flags. There's 7 of them I'm going to go through briefly with you. There was minimum notice. Certainly it was appropriate and legal notice, but it was minimum. And so there was really limited engagement with the neighborhood prior to us getting all of our notices. The engineering and city planning staff have been working on this product, as Jason refers to it, for over a year. The planning department recommendations for approval were submitted within a week of the notice of the project going to the existing neighborhood. Yet there were many incomplete details when we had our first 1-hour meeting, kind of an info meeting with Jason Thielen, the project engineer. Along the way, there were strong statements by the engineer planning department. This type of project meets all the approvals, so any opposition is not likely to succeed, and it's fully supported by the city master plan. And I asked Jason on that first time we met, why is he requesting R6, cluster, PUD, overlay zoning, and his response was, it's just much easier for me. So I understand that. Today I understand it differently. The project engineer and the developer had a very emboldened and cavalier demeanor toward any input or concerns from the Coventry neighborhood members. Comments like, not your project. If you want to submit an offer to buy this land, build whatever you like. And endless no's and I disagrees, and we have not heard a constructive comment yet. Those are the kind of comments we got in almost all the interactions that we had with the developer and the project engineer. A recent and significant red flag that was on a call that Jerry Slusky organized with the 4 city planning member department staff, Jason Thielen, and we start talking about the project, and both the planning department and Jason referred to this as an experiment, a test project. No idea whether this is going to work. They want to build part of it and see how the market responds to it. So quite a bit different than what you probably heard just a few minutes ago. Additional red flag, comments by the planning department that Omaha's cluster subdivision provisions are rather vague and need additional definition. And the last one, all applications under cluster subdivision require, as a condition of approval, the subdivider shall submit with his final plat a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions providing for permanent maintenance. This was not done according to the city planning department staff, and even after they agreed that this was a missed requirement of the zoning code, they still plan to move forward with their recommendation for you all today. So a number of red flags. I just thought those were important just to kind of set the stage. You all received, prior to the last meeting that this was presented, a protest from our neighborhood. 100% of the neighbors, property owners within 300 feet signed the protest. 85% of the 73 homeowners within Coventry Estates signed it. These are not minor percentages. Frankly, it's an overwhelming reflection of the sentiment that I get from our neighbors. Several more homeowners said they wish they could come today. However, I don't know if you're going to cover it, but we do have emails from a variety number. You saw a lot of hands go up. I think we've got another 27 or 28 emails said that couldn't make it, COVID, work, whatever the case would be, and they wanted to be here as well. We would have probably had 50 people here if we wouldn't be in the current environment that we're in. So we can provide those letters. I'm going to give you just a quick background and perspective and why I make the observations that I make. Besides being an Omaha native, I was a UNO grad 40 years ago. I was a CPA for 13 years. I worked for one of the top firms in the world. 7 years as a chief financial officer and 15 years as the president of AAA Nebraska. While a CPA, I worked on a whole variety of different companies. We worked with the word ethics all the time. And I audited and provided consulting to a full range of companies, publicly traded companies, including the city of Omaha. So I've got a lot of experience. During the last 35 years, I've served many community boards. I've given back to the community continuously, including the United Way Foundation, the UNO Alumni Association. Those were 10-plus year service in leadership roles. I've had probably 100 years worth of service. 10 years with the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, working on economic development and growing this community. I understand this community. I've been all around it, been here all my life. I've had exposure to a whole bunch of the variety of different needs, and I continue to serve. So I want you to know that it's important to me that we do the right thing for our community, because I live here, but all of our neighbors and all the people in Coventry are counting on the fact that we do the right thing. Quickly, I'm going to give you an understanding of the project that I have. It took me a long time to gather it. It's a rather complex collection of provisions, R6, zoning change from MU. And by the way, we'd be perfectly fine, build whatever project you want on MU. We understand that's why we all moved into this location. We knew that was a possibility. R6, and then there's cluster subdivision, which falls under that, and then this PUD overlay district. It sounds like the variety of waivers may or may not be at play. I don't know, but there were a variety of waivers. The R6 zoning was selected in order to access this cluster subdivision rules, and they're being used to create a very dense, I don't care what you want to call it, it might be defined in the code as low density. It's very dense, 34 building project design. There's no design like this, we've checked, anywhere in Omaha. Nowhere. The city planning department staff stated that the cluster rules in our code are very vague regarding implementation. That's what gave them the opportunity to create this level of density. On top of that, they put this PUD overlay district, which then basically requires all of the additional rules to be aggregated and put in place for the developer to follow those rules. So that gives them the ability to fill in the gaps between this vague code of cluster subdivisions. Inside PUD, there's also a process under section 55-885. It's called the Criteria and Review of PUD Overlay Districts. And it states that that review, done by the city planning department, are intended to protect residential neighborhoods and encourage developments which minimize adverse effects on surrounding properties and the community at large. So it gives quite a bit of an obligation for them to provide some review. You can take a look at that under C11 20-220, pages 4 to 6. There are 17 items that are listed. There is a very brief definition in the report that says here's each of the items, and basically on 15 of 17, the only documentation that we were at least made available to of their review was acceptable. One was not applicable. One said need to add a little bit of landscaping. So that was the effect of what we saw as a neighborhood on the amount of review that was done by the city planning department. So from our perspective, the lack of an in-depth and qualitative review provides no protection of the Coventry Estates development, surrounding area. And if you look at some of the rules as you read about about PUDs, the American Planning Association gives guidance that overlay districts should provide additional or stricter standards and criteria for covered properties in addition to those, the underlying zoning districts. So I think that they had an obligation to do probably a lot more. That's my opinion. It's not apparent that that standard has been achieved, at least from our perspective. And what that created, it created a situation where there's no documented or detailed protections for interesting and attractive looking building elevations, although there seems to be some change on that, but they still don't meet the look and feel of the Coventry area. No protections on the impact of neighbors' rights of quiet enjoyment of their property. If this is a rental operation, that's what we were just told today. It was previously presented to us that it was going to be a for sale property. There's no lease document that we were able to read to see that there's any kind of conditions that will manage how those renters will operate. And if it is workforce housing, there's no HOA, as I described to you. There's no restrictive covenants sufficient for funding to maintain the common areas. And again, that's right in the code. And there's no requirements that gather and consider neighborhood input. So there was a really limited amount of time requesting input from the neighborhoods, contrary to the quote 40 days. It was a couple question and answers in the 1 hour and maybe another hour and a half, and I'll talk about that meeting in just a second. What this all does, by limiting all these requirements, from my perspective, is it eliminates any negotiations that the neighbors have to get anything accomplished with the developers. This is a problem in a PUD, from my perspective. The PUD overlay puts an insurmountable burden on the neighborhood to protect itself. And the proof of that results of our one meeting with the developer and engineer, we had no success at all in negotiations. It leaves us with a lot of increased risks, as I described. The product, as this engineer refers to it, needs a lot more study by the planning department, the planning board, and the city council to make sure it fits the neighborhood, like Coventry Master Plan or anywhere for that matter. So I've given you a feeling on what on how I look at this project. I'm going to give you kind of a conclusion, and it gives you a little more flavor of what we've dealt with as a neighborhood. The Rosa Coventry rezoning decision sits in front of you, full approval, right, by the city planning department. Acceptable all the way down the line. Please take into consideration it has abundant signs of being an unfinished product. There have been no integration of reasonable requests or suggestions of the neighbors, certainly very minimal. Just to add specific clarity on this, during a meeting with the developer, engineer, HOA members, and our attorney, the developer straightforward stated that he was done talking about our request, was not going to redesign anything, had better things to do. Pretty much wanted to finish our meeting. The engineer then went on to state, we're not obligated to have any restrictive covenants, putting some emails on the screen, some email that he had on the screen supplied by the planning department that stated they didn't have to. And when we started to question it, he commented to our attorney, we're not going to have this technical discussion in front of the homeowners. So that came to an end. This is so contrary to how I have seen reasonable negotiations come together in my experience, and not how I've seen business done in Omaha. So the decision's really up to you. My thoughts and my thoughtful suggestion is that today, rezoning approval requesting R6 cluster PUD for this project is premature. It's unproven, and it should be denied. This is due to the cluster design that makes this a distinct outlier in the Omaha area, and therefore it doesn't really fit into the Coventry development either. Further, there are inherent weaknesses in controlling the future. Yet undefined operations, this property and the lack of protections of the neighbors in the community. This type of project likely needs substantial discussion and higher levels of oversight on what will make it reasonable and acceptable long-term in the Omaha community. Finally, and I just want you to really take this from my position of having dealt with this for the last month and a half, it's just not fair. It is really not fair to put the burden on the Coventry homeowners to negotiate items into a PUD with a clearly resistant developer, engineer, to make an experiment or test project work. That was their terms. That wasn't ours. That was their terms. So this responsibility is here to get appropriate definitions. I'd say the responsibility to get the appropriate definitions is really the part of the city planning department. All of you, the city council, to create the appropriate zoning rules that protect homeowners like ourselves and protect the rest of the community. So I would say this so-called experiment or test project is just not ready for prime time. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your public service.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Mark, I've got a comment. I appreciate your testimony very much, and the support from the neighborhood. We've read everything, but I do want you to know that the planning department does look out for neighbors. Sometimes it doesn't go the way the neighbors want, but the planning department does an excellent job of getting cases ready. They've worked on this case, you said, for a year. It may not have come to you that soon, but when they're working on that thing for a year, maybe there was supposed to be 270 units in the very beginning, and the planning department said, no, let's shrink that down. So they do an excellent job, and I just want to let you know that. It may not seem like it from that side of it, but I can attest that they do a very nice job. So
I appreciate that. I wish we would have been, had that
I agree.
information
I
available. It would make our reason to put this kind of a position in place unnecessary.
I understand.
Because we want this to work in the right way. Again, as I stated, we're 100% supportive under a mixed use. That's what the rest of our development is. So with that, thank you very much.
Mark, I just got a follow-up question for you. So you mentioned, you made a comment that there were several unanswered questions, but you didn't get specific as to what they were. Can you get a little bit more specific with us to make sure that we know? Maybe some of them were already addressed in your testimony in there later on, but what specifically are you referring to with unanswered questions?
So where I understand we're going is that they want an approval of this project to move forward to the city council. There's a lot of questions that are unanswered from my standpoint. We've talked about what kind of size of landscaping could be in place, and Jason's comment was straight out that what's in the plan that he presented to you there, showed to you here. It'll take 10 years to provide any kind of a barrier to see for our homeowners behind it. I'd say that the significant items are, we have no idea what our front entry is going to look like to our development. There's a retention pool there. There's a variety of restrictive covenants that were supposed to be put in place. We have no idea what those are going to be. Those are really important to our neighborhood. We have a very significant level of restrictive covenants in our homeowners agreement, and that really causes us to be able to have, I think, a very beautiful development, and one that we can manage with all of our property owners following those. And sometimes we have to nudge a few of them, but ultimately that's what makes a difference. Those are the types of things. I have no idea where this is going to go into the future. And I have no idea what those front elevations are going to actually look like. Every conversation has gone, we'll have this conversation after it gets approved. I think I laid out to you very clearly that there is zero negotiation that has gone on. There are very few things. Most of the items that are in there were, there was like maybe one or two that have been picked up along the way, windows on the sides of the buildings, and adding some 1.5 inch trees on the side that'll grow up in 10 years. But with regard to how it's going to operate in the future, it just isn't there. So those are my unanswered questions. I want the entire development to make sure that we've got a really good property that's run there, and one that everybody's proud of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Anything else?
Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Thank you.
Ronald, can I ask you a question? Did you start the timer lights? Let's leave those off. We generally don't use those for the planning board meetings, but I will remind you that we have other cases. We're here to listen as long as you want to speak, but we have other cases. There are people that are here, applicants with their agenda items, and so if you would keep.
I understand.
Okay.
And there are some things that are redundant on here that we
All
didn't
right.
get to team up on, so I'll try to condense it as much as I can. I had an actual video I wanted to show you guys, kind of an aerial view.
Sir,
Oh, I am so sorry.
that's all right.
My name's Troy Dietz. I am the acting president of the HOA, 5506 South 208 Circle. My wife and I and 2 kids have been living in Coventry Estates since 2010. I remember how excited we were to move into the area and mixed-use design. It was so similar to what we were hoping for that we had already experienced in Florida. 1 year after we moved in, our development celebrated as an up-and-coming area and was selected as the 2012 Street of Dreams. I remember even though that our house wasn't part of that we were really excited about the possibilities of the mixed use that would be following behind that event because of its notoriety in the city. Now, I have been the Coventry HOA on board since 2011 conception. I was the acting vice president at the time and now president. So today I'm not only here for my concerns, but I'm also representing all 74 United homeowners to the best of my ability. Currently, there are 23 homeowners accounted for today, and I have 32 emails here I'd like to leave with you for the other homeowners that could not make it. However, one thing is certain, all 74 homeowners are opposed to the current row house dense design, aesthetic appeal, as well as lack of supportive green space that is truly needed for this development, such as this. So I thought I was going to have a video. I actually have it, but I think I'll decline to do that. But I had a video of a drone video to kind of show you what was going on in the area and how dense it already is with apartment complexes and other row house design. But if you're looking here at where this location A is, there are roughly 14 row houses that are approximately going to be built in this location next to the theater. Across the way in this development, which is completed now, is right across from the development in question, is the Vantage Apartments. There are currently 298 rentals units, 12 apartment buildings, 718 potential residents, but they've been open for just about a year. They have a pool, a clubhouse, 2 dog parks, and picnic areas throughout. They have been open for almost a year, and they're at less than 35% occupancy, and of that, only 50% of it is full-time lease. Most of it's all short-term lease. Then straight across the other side here, I don't know if you can see that or not, the other side of this lot is the Tradewind Apartments that have just been built. These units, let's see here, they have 58 rental units and approximately 16 apartment buildings. They have resort pools, 24-hour fitness. They have a full complex and layouts of areas of green space for almost 1,200 residents. And finally, with the proposed row housing, there's really no green space to be spoke of. There is a, like he has mentioned before, there's a small dog park in the middle. But most of these units are, I don't know if you can see that, but their decks are 10 feet away from each other. So they have little to no green space for the people that are living in these facilities. And to comment back on what Jason mentioned, I've been to every meeting, and I've never heard anyone say they would never live in these. They made a comment that they wouldn't want to live in them because of the lack of green space for their kids to grow and mature, and there's just nothing there for them. So I guess it's kind of hard for me to listen to that and say that we had said that we'd never lived there. We never, ever would say something like that. So I guess when I look back at this, I think to myself, my wife and I thought about, what are the things that we were excited about? And with the current mixed-use design that we thought we had set forth, we were really excited. And unfortunately, this isn't what we're not excited about this. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I I just want to implore you to please deny the Zone 6 PUD zoning change. We have more than enough apartments in the area. I'm not opposed to, or we're not opposed to this type of thing. It's just that we just don't agree with the aesthetics redesign. We think there should be an aesthetic redesign, and they should also include enhanced green space and less condensed units, or less density and reduction of the building units. And we also are mandating that the developer holds the current mixed-use sub-agreement set forth in the area that has been our design criteria since 2008. So if I don't have any questions.
Troy, is today your first time of seeing these elevations?
No,
Did
actually,
you see those in your
we
Zoom
saw.
meeting?
Okay, so the very first meeting we were given, that Jason had the original drawing. And then when we had the revised Zoom meeting, this was issued to us at that time.
All right.
And I don't know if you noticed, I mean, like, here's a good example. I mean, if you're looking at the back of the units, there's not even any outdoor, there's no doors or access to green space from the back of the units. There's no back door, there's no stairs and so that's kind of the things that we were referring to is why we wouldn't want to live there. It's just because it's just not conducive for the way our whole development is set up with green spaces and sidewalks, and there's just not much to be had in this development. So.
And just a second, Troy, any
Yeah.
other questions or comments for Troy?
Just one. So if it's not this, what would you guys like to see there?
Well, like I said, we're not opposed to this style. There's just too many. It's just way too dense. And we'd be willing to talk to, reducing, but they've been adamant about that this is the number they have to get their rate of return on whatever their investment is. They have to have this many. And that's also why they want the Zone 6 rezoning to allow for it. And we just don't think that that's a legitimate reason for the density of the complex.
Okay, thanks.
Troy, Mark made the comment that you would be all right with leaving this as a mixed-use lot, correct?
Correct.
And you see a better advantage to the mixed use than you do to the townhomes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure that was clarified. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you,
I had
Troy.
to, mine was a lot longer than that, but I had to kind of shorten her up, so.
We
sorry.
appreciate it. Don't be sorry. We're here, we will listen as long as everybody wants to go, as long as it's new information. Thank you, Troy.
Hello, my name is Mike Saul. I'm the Vice President of the HOA Board. My address is 20904 W Street. And I'm going to be reading on behalf of one of our homeowners who, due to COVID, couldn't come. So I'll try and answer any questions as I can, but this is in behalf of Len and Elise Molak. I don't have their address. I know that Mark and Troy have also addressed a few of the things in here, so I'll try and skip over them as I go through. Thank you for your time, consideration, and openness in allowing for neighbor input on this proposed preliminary and final plat. We live directly to the west of this proposed project and within the 300-foot limit of the proposed development, requesting R6 cluster subdivision status, rezoning with a PUD overlay district, and requests for multiple waivers to the City of Omaha regulations. We have spent our careers in the commercial building and land development fields and are in no way opposed to responsible development. When we initially received the letter that this particular lot was being rezoned to residential, I admit I was pleased. Upon further examination of the project layout and the types of structures that are proposed, I have many concerns. One, what type of housing? On the September 30th meeting with Jason, he stated that this project would provide housing for residents of the broader Omaha area and that these units would be built for purchase. Unfortunately, the developer has indicated since that this project is intended to be exclusively rental units. Isn't the goal of reasonable priced housing to offer residents pride of ownership? Housing that allows for individuals to escape the rental market, where their hard-earned monthly payments build equity and investment, as opposed to lining a landlord's pockets. There are many new construction rental options on the 204th Street corridor between Elkhorn and Gretna, with numerous amenities and large green spaces. They're priced in a similar price point as the Rose at Coventry, which offers very few of these amenities. She does go through to list some of these amenities. I know that Troy has talked about the Vantage Apartments, large breed dog park, a small breed dog park, a dog washing station, outdoor barbecue grills and picnic areas throughout the community, media lounge, a resort-inspired pool. These are all in the apartment complex right across the street. She does go through to list about 4 other apartment complexes, their typical square foot and rental rates. The trade winds, which Troy addressed, around 1,000 square foot at $1,050 a month. The Edge at 204th and Center, which is new, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,200 square foot at approximately $1,500 a month. There's a few more here. In case of time, I'll pass over those.
Mike, go ahead and take your time.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
take your time and
The Woodsonia North Streams on the northeast corner of 204th and Q. That's a mixture of single-family and multifamily that's coming soon. And then the proposed Rose at Coventry. 3-bed, 2.5-bath. Elaine here had 1,300 square foot. Jason indicated it's going to be 1,400. And she had around 1,677 per month, and I think he indicated 1,500. As you know, 190 units, 34 buildings on approximately 16.25 acres of land. This excludes the daycare and the outlot retention pond. There is a small dog park, she indicates, as shown, about 5,300 square foot, approximately the size of a standard subdivision lot. The only amenity that she notes is the dog park and the proposed internal walking path. In summary, there are many rental options in the area that do offer numerous amenities for she says the same, I would say similar price point, and without the density that's being proposed with this project. I'm also perplexed that the city of Omaha would approve of a rental community consisting of only 3-story buildings. Are there considerations for seniors, multi-generational households, and people with disabilities that also need rental housing? She's done online searches for this type of development. 3-story buildings, and was not able to locate one in even larger and progressive cities like Minneapolis, Nashville, Atlanta, and Houston. We've been assured that they do exist, but to date, no one can point to one with this level of density, lack of green space for residents, and only 3-story buildings. There are many examples of row homes used as infill in existing urban areas or in mixed-use, walkable communities, with several other housing options such as apartments, duplexes, and single-family detached homes. It's unfortunate that some of those options are not incorporated in this project in order to more easily include more members of our community. A lack of outdoor space for the community. This project displays a striking lack of outdoor community space, unlike other new construction rental properties in the area. Where do the kids play? People gather, plant a garden. There's no access to backyards from these units, no doors to the rear yards. If neighbors on the end of the buildings fence their yards, a person near the center of the building has no access to their yard. The density of the project does not allow for livable and engaging outdoor space for residents. I suggest that the outlot on the south portion of the project be used as an outdoor common space, but was told that due to drainage basin occupying it, this would not be an option. The engineer said they really didn't want kids around it. Why then is this area included in the units per acre calculation when it is not usable, and there's no intention of maintaining it to be usable? Where is the actual usable green space for the residents of these 25 by 65 foot lots that the waivers and the cluster housing allow? Per the original master plan of Coventry, there were 2 multifamily lots shown. I think that was on Troy's drawings over on the other side. One at 8.8 units per acre and the other at 9.5 units per acre. This development is at 11.7 units per acre when you exclude the daycare lot and the drainage basin. With so little open space offered for residents, it's misleading to allow this number to be manipulated. She goes on about how the initial number to us was 10.7, but Jason did correct that today in his comments that it's 11.7. Sorry for that. No additional on-site parking for guests. Will the lots not yet be built on be used for visitor parking? The proposed lots have a distance of 9.5 feet from the edge of the right-of-way to the garage. A typical parking stall is 18 feet deep. We need to provide adequate parking in this new development. The landlord has indicated these buildings will be owned by himself, his son, and family members. What happens when these initial investors decide to sell the properties? Since these are individual lots, what measures have been taken to protect the investments of the individuals that are purchasing this housing? There are no covenants in place, which the city of Omaha requires with cluster housing. Can I paint my unit whatever color I want? Park motorhomes and boats on the private drives and streets? Can I build a deck that extends to my 0 side yard setback line and at a higher elevation than my neighbors and add some flashing party lights? Can I fence the yard with any type of fence I want? To not put covenants in place to protect future owners is irresponsible and careless. She had some comments about exterior lighting, which were addressed. The creek was addressed. She had some concerns about traffic. When driving north on 207th Street, the sight distance to the west on Q Street is poor. Traffic, including sand and gravel trucks, travels to the east at a fast pace. Will a signal be installed at this intersection? Has an updated traffic study been done? During this process, the Coventry neighbors have been accused by the engineer of looking out only for our interests. It was suggested that we are just not comfortable with change and it will all be fine. If that were the case, I would not be here. I would ask for a fence on the west side of this project and get on with my life instead of pouring hours of time into research. My hope is for a better project for my future neighbors. The Coventry neighbors have been threatened by the engineer that he will do whatever he wants. It's not our project. Please keep that in mind, planning board members. We have tried to respectfully and politely discuss the concerns I've outlined with the engineer, but have received continued pushback and no actual action. At this point, I don't believe there are any intentions on the part of the engineer to be open to suggestions for improvements. There's a bottom line to be met. It's not about people living in these 190 households. It's my hope that the City of Omaha Planning Board postpone this project until many of these items are discussed and addressed. It is my hope that the City of Omaha Planning Board ask for improvements to this project for the residents that will be living here. If not, please leave this lot as mixed use and build another project that would fit into our Coventry master plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. I do appreciate it. Elise Molak.
I'll be short, Mr. Chairman, I promise.
That's all right. Jerry,
Thank you for this.
just you
It's important to the
take your
neighbors.
time and represent your clients and speak as long as you need, so.
We appreciate the patience. When I was presented the opportunity to represent this group, honestly, I don't spend much of my time on the neighbors' cases, but I read the recommendation report and I looked at the materials and I realized that the developer was bringing in this very massive, dense project up against these gorgeous homes. And not only didn't they have a neighborhood meeting prior to the planning board, call it a neighborhood meeting, it was a half hour or whatever, but they're here on final plat, preliminary and final plat. So have all the issues been shaken out in the preliminary plat, which is required by our code? But no, here they are, the developer, on final plat. Now, what kind of chance does that give a neighborhood to weigh in and get their thoughts on the record? So I'm going to summarize with my thoughts about this because I've thought about cases I've mediated in the past. And the cases I mediated in the past always resolve themselves when both the interests of the parties were taken into account. And I would say to you, if you stand above this whole case, now that you've heard some very eloquent speakers, you've heard Jason for his client, does a great job. And look, is this balanced? We take a year with the planning department to figure out how to do this tremendously dense property that was going to be affordable housing, quote, quote. And now we find not only can you not buy it, but you have to rent it. And Jason says it's $1 a square foot, $1,500 for a 1,500 square foot apartment. There's not one new apartment project in this city or any other city in America that rents for less than $1.25 a square foot or $1.40. Or if you go to Midtown or downtown, it's $1.50 and $2 a square foot. So how in God's name can they get? They need to have the density. And they played the density game on the department, and here they are handing you on your laps. Make a decision, planning board. We did our homework. I don't think they did. And all we're asking for today is to step back, let this thing percolate, command that the developer and his client get together with the neighborhood over the next month or two. It's winter. They're not going to start till April. And let's work out something that balances the interests of the parties. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Anybody else? That's our,
Okay.
our speakers.
All right, thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Additional comments, questions from the board? Oh, I'm going to bring Jason up. I'm glad you said that. Jason?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of areas you need to address. You've addressed some of them in your opening statements, and if you want to take some time here to address the questions that have been raised.
We've never heard your speech list.
I know, because I don't even know how to. You know, I've been doing this a long time. So is Jerry. We know how this goes. And I sympathize with the neighbors. I understand. I understand where they're coming from. And while they want, I mean, they live in $500,000 to $1 million homes, and they want something representative of that neighborhood adjacent to them. And quite frankly, to hit the market that my client wants to hit, you can't have $500,000 townhouses. You can in some of these other places. Don't get me wrong. You can do it if you're trying to hit that market. But that's not what this client is trying to accomplish. I do not think it's fair that there is a large portion of our population that either has a choice of a single-family house at $300,000 plus or an apartment at $125 a foot. The reason why, yes, is density a part of it? Absolutely, it's a part of it. And if these guys really wanted to make this thing hum, they'd add 50 more units in it. But they're not doing that. They're not doing that. In this development alone, this location right here, there's a regional park. The regional intent of Coventry was to have dense product type and homes within this area. The amount of commercial square footage that is planned alone, just between Kensington Park and Coventry, is in the millions. Doesn't even take into account the Woodsonia project across the street. How do you expect to fulfill that amount of commercial with single-family houses? You can't. That's why Coventry over the years has started to move away from commercial and trying to consolidate that. The developers want this product in their neighborhood. Yes, do we work with them on elevations? Did we work with them on landscaping? Absolutely. We don't have a problem with that. Am I willing to work with neighbors on things that we can achieve? I can only say it so many times. If you want to redesign this project, that's really hard for me to go back to my client with. And that's what they want. They want to redesign this project in the image of their minds of what should go there. And at some point, I don't know what else to say. I can put so much landscaping. We talked about potentially some fencing along the back side. If that is true, all they wanted was fencing and we'd move forward and they'd be happy with it, I think my guy would do that. We know that's not true. You have people in the neighborhood that have sent me elevations of row houses they like. Great. We can't build that here. It's not what the market is. Our market is not $500,000 townhouses or $400,000 townhouses. This is a $30 to $50 million project, and they're suggesting that they're going to, what, my guy's not going to take care of it? I just don't understand. We've talked, we've met. They want me to negotiate covenants with them, restrictive covenants. Why do they get to restrict my client? We have suggested absolutely, we're fine between now and City Council sitting down, getting you a set of covenants out. Let's talk through them. Again, I said on that phone call, some really good suggestions in the leasing documents, really good suggestions on it. I don't think we have a problem putting covenants over the top of this in the event that it sells. They decide to go for sale. I understand, we understand that. I don't think it's a big enough issue to lay my project over another 30 days so that we can have them say, well, we want you to lose units. We don't think people can live here. We don't think people will have green space. We don't think... You're telling my client that he doesn't know what he's doing? Telling my client he hasn't done his research? That he owns product all over Omaha. They built similar product like this down in Midtown. So they do know what they're doing. This product, and there was a statement saying, we've looked everywhere. There's nothing like this in Omaha. Right, because no one's willing to take the risk to put this product out there and say, hey, we have done research. We think people need this. If you can't afford a house and you don't want to live in an apartment, you tell me in West Omaha, 204th and Q, where do you go? Where do you go? Midtown. You just heard it. Not in my backyard. That's what they're saying to you. Oh, we love the project. We love the project. We just want it to be prettier. We want a nice project. They're not investing the money they're investing for an ugly project. They're going to take care of it. But you don't get to tell somebody with property rights that I think your baby's ugly and therefore you have to redesign it. And we're not unopposed to doing some things, but you're asking them to lose units when they could put more units on here to hit a price point and hit a market that we all know needs to be served. Look at all the green space. Look at the space between those homes and that project. I just, outside of the density and the street layout, what am I changing between now and 30 days from now? I'm going to come back up here if that's what the ask is. We're going to come back here and have the same conversation. But I will sit down with them. We will look at leasing documents. We will look at covenants and give it to them and negotiate those with them, even though we don't have to. I don't know what that negotiation looks like. They want some protections. I don't have a problem. We don't have a problem doing that. My client doesn't have a problem doing that. But to lay us over because they want to have control over how we use our property, I think it's fundamentally unfair. And that has not been my experience with projects of this type. So with that, I'll answer any more questions you might have.
Jason, and I don't know if you, Mark brought up the front entry to their neighborhood.
Yeah,
Do you
we
have
told
any
them they
input
can.
on that?
We've offered they can have an easement here. It's our property. We don't have to give it to them, but we told them, yeah, if you guys want to do something on this front entry, and we want to work through some additional landscaping here along this line, the developer CFM asked us to. We did have it along here. He wanted us to wrap it around to get closer to the units.
Let me make sure I understand. You're not building a front entry. You're just giving them land for. Okay.
Yeah, or allowing them to put.
Allowing them
if
to put it
they've got a
on
nice entry sign here. If they wanted to do something on the other side, or my understanding is this sidewalk has been a bit of a problem. We've been talking with the developers to try to get that put in sooner rather than later. I understand that a bus picks them up. They wanted this to be somewhat landscape or manicured. If they want to do that and they want to maintain it, I don't have a problem with that. My client doesn't have a problem with that. If they wanted to put a monument, they wanted to mirror a monument sign and make it a little bit more robust. My client doesn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Hey, Jason, is that down there where you're talking about the entryway? Is that fenced down there as well?
No.
Okay. It's not fenced, and then you're not planting any trees along the south edge of that as well? So as people come in...
We left it because that was one of the requests that they had.
Okay.
That they wanted to do something there. We said, okay.
Okay.
I don't think we have a problem with it. Still don't have a problem with it.
Thank you.
Jason?
Yes.
So I'm glad you brought up your client. I don't know who your client is.
Okay.
But apparently they do have experience in this area. Because one of the things that I want to make sure of is that they do have experience and understand, obviously, the importance of maintenance.
For sure.
Okay. So how many projects around town do they currently manage? Multifamily or?
They've got, they've currently got 3 multifamily projects under building right now, and they own, they own property in Lincoln and Omaha. They've got a Memphis project going on that's a similar product type. I'd have to get a number of units for you, Mr. Pate, I don't, off the top of my head, know. They have a management company specifically that takes care of all their properties, specifically for them.
How will these units be managed? Is there going to be a local
They'll have
resident there that's going to?
They'll take one of the units, just like you would in it'd be like a watchman's quarters. It's large enough that they can have somebody live on site and be the manager of that property. And then their management property will make sure snow, trash, lawn, lights, trees that have dead, all those things that a management company should do to make sure that it looks nice. We recognize that we're adjacent to property at the level that their houses are. Again, it's not lost on us. So we understand that.
Why would you be willing to delay the final plat?
I offered that up on Monday. And I said, listen, I'm willing to walk hand in hand with you down here, and we'll, the preliminary and PUD, let us go forward. We'll continue to work through covenants and things when the final plat, and we'll go forward with the final plat in December. I said, but I'm not going to do this in front of you. And then to me, it's just, we just wasted an hour and a half of time. We offered that. I believe council recommended that. They chose not to do that. Why, I don't know.
That's not the indication I got from Mr. Slusky there, but that's okay, Jerry.
Jerry, we closed the public
Yeah,
hearing unless Mike calls you up.
Yeah, let me finish with Jason here first. So if that were the case, and they were willing to delay the final plat as well, agreed to do that.
Yep.
They give you some time, then you can continue.
Yes.
But it would give you the time that you need to try and work out whatever
we
way
can.
you can, any differences that remain. Now, you may not
Yes.
come to common ground,
Correct.
right? Neighbors have to understand this as well, but at least it keeps the dialogue open and the discussions alive. And I think that's very important here.
I don't
I'm a little
disagree.
uncomfortable. I'll tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable with it right now unless I can get some reassurance that you will continue to have that kind of dialogue. And by delaying the final plat, maybe that will do it.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. But again, the picture painted of me is I'm the guy that walked in with the room and slammed my hand down on the desk and said, we're going to do whatever we want. I've been in front of you guys for a long time, and I don't do that. We talk about it, but I can only repeat myself so many times before I start to get a little frustrated. And then when we're on phone call with staff and they're saying, we never had a meeting. Well, that's not true as well. So integrity goes both ways.
Sure it does.
And so I offered that up, Mr.
Okay.
Pate, and if that's what it takes for us to move forward, I don't think we should have to do that, but we will.
Okay, all right, that's good. Now I'm going to bring Mr. Slusky up and I'm going to ask him about that because it does go both ways. And if it's not going to be productive, I don't know what good it would do. So Mr. Slusky, if you'd come back up, please.
Yes, Mike.
And name and address, I guess, for the record again. Your name and address again.
Jerry Slusky, 8712 West Dodge.
Thank you. So if you could maybe address that issue for me and maybe clarify it a little bit because I'm getting a little bit differing opinions from what you said and what Jason said.
This would be the neighborhood's decision. But if we had a commitment from Jason and his client that we won't come back here until we have a list of worked out issues and conditions and revised plans that we've all agreed to, I would certainly be incumbent upon me to run that by the neighborhood and see if that would work. I'm still concerned that there's so much left to be done that it may not get done unless you folks put the hammer down and say, hey, we're going to hold this thing up. And if it's not December, it might be January until we get a balance.
Well, imbalance might be the right word because you're not going to get everything you want.
No, and we know that.
Right? And Jason may not be willing to, and his client may not be willing to
Right.
give up much more.
Right.
But I just encourage you guys just to be civil with the conversations and try and get something that you might have to compromise on and get something done. And that's just me speaking. The rest of
Okay.
the board might disagree, and that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But that's me right now, the way I feel about
Okay.
this.
Mike, Mike, you didn't suggest an unlimited amount of time, but I think Jerry kind of suggested not to come back until both sides agree. I don't know if I'm on board with that. I'm more on board with if we decided to go with a layover for the final plat, it would only be a 30-day layover. And I think that motivates both sides to
I would
move
agree with
forward.
that.
I don't want to have an open-ended time limit on this, Jerry.
I guess I'd also like to comment that there are several of the issues that were brought up that you have concerns are already in our recommendation for what we have to work out before this ever goes to the council.
Yeah.
And so that, to me, those are issues that can be discussed. Like Jason said, you can talk about some of the covenants and things like that that you think are necessary. But at the end of the day, it's not the city of Omaha's responsibility. It's not a neighbor's responsibility to ensure that a developer puts forth a project that's going to have 100% opportunity for success. That's the developer's risk. That's the developer's opportunity. And so while we may have differing opinions as to whether or not this is a viable project, that's interesting, but at the end of the day, it's his decision. And when he brings a project before the city, our job is to determine that it fits reasonably within what the city plan is and the things that we know that are required for a successful project, such as streets and sewers and density and all these other kinds of things. And that's why we have different zoning. That's why we have mixed use that has its own definition. Our 6 has different definitions. And it's the developer's opportunity to work within those frameworks to try to bring a project to the city that they think is going to be successful and is going to be a good addition to the city.
Yeah, Dave, I just wanted, the point you're making, I think there's 27 recommendations put upon Jason and his owners from the city before this thing can move forward. So it's not, did you want to say something, Jerry?
No.
Oh, okay. So it's not like this thing is going forward without stipulations put on Jason and the developer.
Well, specifically the homeowners association, if you will, even though if it's a for rent, they still have these same types of things, the covenant, and that's what he's talking about working out. The other thing is responsibility for the maintenance. He has to demonstrate to the city that that's going to be well done. And also the final subdivision agreement itself lays out a lot of these things that I know you have concerns over.
Hey, Jerry, do you know when they put the apartments in, you weren't representing the HOA at that time, that the apartments to the east, did they work in any way with, I mean, did they reduce the number of units? Did they, I know they look nice, they've got stone on them and the colors or whatever, but I'm just curious if you got to determine what that project was as well, because, that's not, it's tough to do that sometimes, and we're very empathetic about this whole situation.
Sure.
But I'm just checking to see if they worked with you as.
I wasn't involved.
I don't know if you.
Do you want to comment?
No, I'm sorry, Troy Dietz, 5506 South 208th Circle. We received nothing on the apartment complex. Actually, and they weren't trying to change zoning on that particular project. They actually met the mixed use agreement as far as design. So, and that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I feel I don't quite understand why, the entire development has followed that guideline since 2008, and now we're changing that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Troy. Any other comments or
Well, I'll
questions?
just
Go
make
ahead.
one response to him. It just, the way mixed-use sites always work is the developer starts out and they have probably 2 or 3 things that they know are going to fit in there right off the outset. And then the rest of it, they've predicted what they think is going to happen. But eventually the market dictates what's going to be there. We are constantly receiving variations on developments that come back to us and say, well, this was going to be this and now we want to do this. And it's all a response to a market that demands that. And that's why those things happen. This is a monstrous mixed-use project. And for us to presume that 10 years ago, somebody would have been able to look at their crystal ball and known exactly what went on every single parcel. Is just unrealistic. This is the way it works all the time.
If I could just ask Jerry to come back up and clarify what his clients, if his clients would be willing to delay the.
Honestly, Mike, their inclination is that it is so fundamentally off that we'd like to see it start again, is to come back, even in the same 30 days, and revise maybe the preliminary plat and the final plat, if we agree to that, and the rezoning, and just rework this thing. That's really what I think they believe it needs, and that's the support we would like to have from this board.
I don't know that you're going to get that, but we'll see what the vote.
Is that the main focus for?
Density, the buffering, the landscaping. The notes mention, this is interesting, they're going to grant a waiver of the setbacks to allow 6-foot or 9-foot driveways. And as somebody said, 18-foot cars. I fought this at 96th and Center Street for that townhome project, and the department put me through hell and back to get 15-foot or 30-foot so we could fit a car on. I mean, it's those things like that, and there are probably 12 or 15 that are fundamental. Yes, we're willing to compromise. We'll make a deal, but we have to have some support.
I'm failing to understand about driveways and green space when they're choosing not to live there. So my guess is density is the focus. Would that be correct? I mean, there's a lot of smaller things that fencing and, hey, we want a blue spruce there and whatever, but is it the density?
Density is huge. When you look at that up against that single-family subdivision,
I understand.
It's distorted.
Well, I know. I'm just trying to make sure that we can say there's 100 reasons not to do this, but really there's one that catches my attention the most.
That's number one, because once you do that, you'll open up more green space. You'll be able to provide buffering. It will be a much more attractive project. And if those are the grounds we're working toward, I'm sure I could encourage the.
Well, I'm not saying that that's the grounds that he's going to work toward. I'm just asking the question on what the main focus is.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try to wrap this thing up a little bit. Jason, I want to give you the opportunity to say quickly any last things you want to make a comment
the
on.
setback they're talking about is up against this section of roadway. I mean, if they're picking at those things, and that's specifically because this, you got to remember, Coventry is designed to be a huge commercial subdivision. So this right-of-way and all that pavement is built to that, and of course that didn't come to fruition. So this right-of-way is incredibly wide. So there's a ton of actually green space there between pavement and our property line. So there's 3 or 4 houses there that are going to be closer to the right-of-way than staff would like to see. However, if we front these, you either got to push them back 35 feet, but they recognize there's a bunch of space there, and we could go through a right-of-way vacation and all that, but we'd rather just spruce up these units along the side so that they front onto 207th Street, and it's a nice look as you drive through the neighborhood than mess around with right-of-way.
One last question for you about the length of the driveways.
All the driveways are 22 feet from back of curb to front. They have to be counted as parking stalls inside all the courtyards.
All right. Thank you. Unless no one else has an additional comment, I'm going to go to Eric. Eric, you want to attempt to unravel this?
I guess to first start off, the city does not want to play referee. So if there's something that's being laid over, I would request how you word it. We don't want the motion to be that there has to be agreement between these two groups when that appears highly unlikely on all the items. And then I've got both sides coming to the city saying, hey, I want to be put on the agenda. No, you can't put them on the agenda. So just start that off as the city doesn't want to play referee.
Gotcha.
I guess I take issue with several of the things that were said in the public hearing. I heard the planning department ignored. I heard the planning referred to this as an experiment. I heard that we're rushing through things. The city's role in this project and any other project is to review a project, review it for compliance with codes, planning department, public works, parks department, police, fire, however many other departments, as well as input from 20 other government, school entities. So this isn't the planning department's project, and we don't ignore, we're not pushing through, okay? So I take offense to that. I don't know how many conversations were had with some of the neighbors and my staff. I know I just came in on Monday. We've had public files available for 5 or 6 weeks on this. We've had materials on the website. We send notices. If you're not sure what is being requested and you don't reach out to us, like, I understand you're working with the applicant on issues, but we're here to help. We're here to help the neighborhood. We're here to help developers, applicants, the city at large. So, you know, our jurisdiction is over 230 square miles that we cover zoning and building permits for. And to say that this is some experiment, that is blatantly not true. We have townhome projects throughout our jurisdiction. We have apartment projects throughout. I mean, we have all sorts of types of projects, and we have hundreds of years of experience in the people that are reviewing these projects, starting with our planning director, myself, my current planning manager, my long-range manager, my urban design manager, and all the other city planners beneath them. And that's just one section of the planning department. We also have public works, parks, just like I had said. So there was a lot of bold statements, and I did not appreciate some of that, and I think that was incorrectly stated. So as far as some of the specifics of the project, I guess I want to point out the tool that's being used with the PUD and a cluster overlay. This project could be done without a cluster overlay. It could be done with mixed-use zoning, with a major amendment to the mixed-use project, just as Mr. Rosacker had stated. We see major amendments to mixed-use projects all the time. Coventry has had probably a dozen of them for most of the commercial items. Maybe not this lot, but you know, we see it all the time. So mixed-use zoning was an option. Straight R6 zoning would be an option. An NCE overlay was discussed, but ultimately city staff determined that the PUD cluster, and being consistent with other projects that we've done similar to this, was the best tool to use. As far as density, yes, I understand the homes. They're beautiful homes, they're large lots, I get it. So there is a big difference between the density proposed with this project and the current homeowners' homes. But yeah, 3,700 square feet site area per unit, that would comply with R5, let alone R6. I mean, R5, you could have 273 units. R6, which could be supported at this site because it's adjacent to mixed use, could have 410 units. I mean, yeah, it would have to be a different product, most likely, an apartment-style building. But, you know, when we talk density, I understand it's a big change from what's there now, but what's being proposed is more than compliant with the master plan in regard to density. I don't know if I want to touch on many of these other items. We have a lot of cases on the agenda. So unless you have any specific questions. Oh, actually, one more thing, covenants. The city is not party to covenants. There's a statement in the code that the covenants need to be provided with the final plat and recorded with the final plat, okay? The city is not party to the covenants. We take covenants throughout the entire process. Sometimes preliminary plat, final plat, recording of the final plat. The city requires subdivision agreements, which accounts for maintenance, ownership of outlots, street, infrastructure, sidewalks, things like that. Also with this, one of the conditions is to provide an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, What that means is there's an extra layer of documentation that would be recorded with the final plat and the subdivision agreement that accounts for each individual lot regarding the maintenance and responsibility for those private access stubs regarding the maintenance of that street and the sewer within it. So there's an added layer. Yes, the subdivision chapter says the covenants should be filed with the final plat. Okay, so we get a copy of those. Guess what? Those can change. They could give us a copy, we put it in our file, it's great. But covenants the city is not a party to, so I just wanted to clear that up. I think I'll leave it at that. So unless you have any questions, I can give a recommendation to agenda item 4.
I don't have a question, I just wanted you to know. I wrote down experiment, put Eric by it with a question to make sure that you, you had the opportunity to address that. Go ahead with your, I don't think we have any. Okay, go ahead with your recommendations.
Okay, so actually, before I do that, there
We're trying to wrap.
yeah,
this up.
I know, I get it. There were 3 requests for subdivision waivers, and Jason had mentioned withdrawing 2 of those. We still have them in the report, so I'm just going to read it as is. The lot frontage is actually not applicable, and the timing, I'm just going to read it as denial, even though Jason had mentioned withdrawing it. So staff recommends denial of the waiver of section 5384D lot frontage, not applicable. Approval of the waiver of section 5399 sidewalks for Street B along lots 55, 56, and 69 through 72, and Street C along lots 43, 64, and 65 through 68. Denial of the waiver of section 53912 time limitations. Approval of the rezoning from MU to R6. Approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 23 conditions in the recommendation report. And approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of a acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to city council. So that is the staff's recommendation. Obviously, you have the ability to modify or see fit how you recommend those. So vote on this item, and then we'd proceed on to agenda 5 for the PUD.
Okay. Do we have a motion? And if anybody wants to change the motion, as Eric stated, make sure that we're not putting the city into a negotiating position. This would.
Yeah, I was going to make a motion that would include a delay of the final plat, but I am not going to include that in any motions.
Okay. Do you have a motion then?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion
Okay.
to deny the waiver of section 53-84D lot frontage, which is not applicable. Approval of the waiver of section 5399 sidewalks for Street B along lots 55, 56, 69 through 72, and Street C along lots 43, 64, 65, 68. Denial of the waiver of section 53912 time limitations. Approval of the rezoning from MU to R6. Approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 23 conditions outlined in the recommendation report, and approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding the request on to City Council for action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Agenda item number 5, Eric, do you want to?
City staff recommends approval of the PUD subject to the 4 conditions in the recommendation report prior to forwarding to city council.
Do we have a motion?
Motion approved PUD subject to meeting the 4 conditions in the staff report prior to forwarding to the city council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you record the vote, please?
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to wait for just a second while people take time to leave, and then I'll start in on agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 6, case C8-20-222, applicant Mitchell Pappin, request approval of special use permit to allow general retail sales in the GI district. This was laid over from our October meeting. Location 5719 North 16th Street. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Michael Sands, 1700 Farnham Street, on behalf of the applicant. This project, as you recall, is a Dollar General at 16th and Stores Expressway. When we were before you last month, it was laid over due to some issues that remained and needed to get worked out with the planning department. In the interim, I think we've done a good job and are very thankful for the planning department's input and feedback on that. I think the result has been a site plan that both sides are happy with. We've updated our plans even since we received the report from the planning department, so I think we have most of their conditions and recommendations implemented already, and we'll continue to fine-tune that. So thank you again to the planning department. Happy to answer any questions and respectfully ask for your approval.
You were here last month. We discussed it pretty thoroughly last month. And in our pre-meeting, we went over it pretty thoroughly again. I don't know if anybody has any comments or questions.
I'll just make one statement that I think both the staff and the applicant, did a good job to work with the difficult site to make it come to a useful future use. So I thank everybody for doing that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents wishing to talk? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments, questions? Eric.
Yeah, there's a lot of detail in the recommendation report that we discussed earlier. And yeah, we have had a lot of conversations and sit down with the applicant, and we are pleased to get to a point where we can recommend approval, and we feel very good about what the project will ultimately end up at. So unless you have any specific questions, I mean, we're adjusting the building some, making a facade change on the eastern side, providing more landscaping on the buffer areas, a screen wall fronting 16th Street and Stores Expressway.
Just a comment, Eric. Carry over from the last two agenda items. This is a great example of when Eric said how hard the planning department works with applicants to make something, a project move forward. And this is a great example of working with the applicant in order to please everybody and make it work. So good job.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be a benefit to the area and staff. There was a one change to one condition number 10 that the applicant, I believe we got to you, but we'll touch base.
Yep.
It was just the wording. But staff recommends approval of the special use permit to allow general retail sales in the GI district, subject to the 12 conditions in the recommendation report.
Do we have a motion?
I motion for approval of the special use permit to allow general retail sales in the GI General Industrial District, subject to the 12 conditions in the recommendation report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Agenda item number 8, case C3-20-223, applicant, Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the NAAF Habitat Project 7 TIF redevelopment project plan. Location, an area generally bound by Sailor Street on the north, Pratt Street on the south, 24th Street on the east, and 27th Street on the west. And Don, you're presenting.
Yeah, good afternoon. Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning, on behalf of the project. The NAAF stands for Neighborhood Action and Fact, which is a neighborhood of North Omaha that's bordered by North 24th Street, kind of between 24th and the North Freeway. As you know, Habitat has been very active in working with various parts and neighborhoods of North Omaha. On this proposal, they're in this area in the yellow, a neighborhood action in fact, or part of the neighborhood action in fact, between Pratt and Sailor. They're looking at doing 20 new construction single-family homes. These are going to be owner-occupied homes, 1.5-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. They're all vacant sites. 3 of the sites had deteriorated homes on them. Those homes have since been demolished. Total project cost is approximately $4,315,000. They're asking for $400,000 in TIF support. This project meets the requirements of the TIF program. It's been approved by the TIF committee, complies with the city's master plan. We ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don. Any other proponents wishing to, any additional proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Comments, questions from the board? Eric,
Staff recommends approval.
do we have a motion? Lisa, will you please, we have a motion and a second. Will you please record the vote?
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore? Yes. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Agenda item number 9, case C3-20-224. Applicant, Planning Department, on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the Omaha Box Company Building TIF Project Plan. Location, 2501 North 21st Street East. And Don, you're presenting again.
Yes, good afternoon. Don Seaton again on behalf of Omaha City Planning Department and on behalf of the project and the TIF program for the city. We'll move from single-family home TIF projects to an industrial one. This is a comprehensive rehabilitation of an old industrial building. It's located, it's right here, it's located north of the Freedom Park and the river, immediately south of the airport runways. It had previously been occupied by the Omaha Box Company, so we're calling it the Omaha Box Company Building TIF project at 2501 North 21st Street. This rehabilitation will allow the building to be used by 2 different businesses. Ceres Corp. Her company is an engineering, design, and fabrication and assembly enterprise that works on products that enhance railway, highway, and waterway improvements. And they'll occupy the majority of the building, about 78%. Platt Logistics will also occupy the building. They'll be using it primarily for warehouse space, and there'll be some office space in the building as well. This project will allow a great increase in the productivity and efficiency of Ceres Company, which is presently at a few different facilities. And it's kind of an awkward operation for them in that configuration, so this will be a great improvement. This project will also allow an increase in about 49 jobs. There's a large amount. Here's another view of it looking towards the east, the existing building. And it is a comprehensive rehab. It's put north to the top there. It is a $20,333,000 project, so it is a very substantial comprehensive rehabilitation of this building. A good portion of that is involved in public improvements and site improvements. This whole area here is vacant presently. We got a parking lot and some green space and water retainage, drain water, storm water retainage right near the river. Some street improvements, lighting, etc. Quite a bit going on with the project. The developer is Flat Rock Group, managed by Lori Brockman. This $20 million project is requesting $2,715,380 in TIF support. Again, it complies with the TIF program requirements. It's consistent with the city's master plan. Been approved by the TIF committee, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don. Any additional proponents wishing to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brent Beller, 1140 West Center Road. Appearing on behalf of the project applicant. Don, as always, does a fantastic job representing this. Pretty neat project we have here and a pretty good use of TIF as far as I'm concerned, where you have job creation, rehabbing an old building. Omaha Box Company relocated to Papillion, so it left this big, 190,000 square foot building that's 130 years old open. So Ceres and Platt Logistics is an affiliate of NMC, their Caterpillar distributor here in town. This will allow them to do special fabrications in this building. So pretty unique uses where they'll fabricate a Caterpillar tractor, make it available to be on a railroad and do all that sort of in-house fabrication in this particular building. So they're pretty excited about it, pretty cool use. Obviously, we're biased, but good use of TIF just because the public improvements, and they're expansive here. I could bore you with the amount that we're doing here as far as Avenue H and Avenue J, vacating some right-of-ways, extending some utilities that don't currently serve. There's some serious drainage issues to the west, and so we're having to fabricate some dikes on the southern end of this property. All in all, pretty good development, and they're excited to get to this point. So here for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponent? Go ahead, Jeff. Oh, okay. Are there any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Additional comments or questions from the board? Eric, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you had seen the plating come through the planning board that accounted for some of the public improvements and the right-of-way vacation. Staff recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you please record the vote?
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Agenda item number 11, case C3-20-226. Applicant Planning Department, on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the Dewey Park Apartments TIF redevelopment project plan. Location 3306 and 3312 Jones Street and 618 South 33rd Street. Bridget is presenting.
Afternoon, Bridget Hadley, City Planning. So before you is a TIF redevelopment project plan, which is actually an infill redevelopment project plan. As with all of our TIFs that have planning entitlements as a part of them, there are two separate tracks. There's just the approval of the financing piece, which is the TIF, which we bring before you, and then of course there is the maybe rezoning, replatting, those types of issues, which are separate and have a separate track. In this particular case, the Dewey Park Apartments has their planning entitlements, which will involve looking at rezoning and replatting. There's a site plan that is before the planning department for review. So you will see this project come back before you to look more at the details of the design and platting and zoning and things like that. So I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that this particular project that is before you, this case item, is really to talk about the TIF. So the project itself is located, as you see here, shaded in blue, 33rd, and then this is Jones Street, so it's at just northwest of 33rd and Jones. The particular site formerly had 3 buildings on it. One of the buildings was removed in the 70s. The 2 buildings that remain, nice brick buildings. There was some concern that, are those historic? Should they remain? And our city staff has reviewed and looked at them. They are not designated historic, nor are they eligible for historic preservation or to be on the National Registry of Historic Places. So this particular project will involve the removal of those 2 structures. Those 2 structures, according to the developer, are partially vacant. They're 2 structures, 3 units in each, and I believe either one of them has 3 tenants in it or total of 3 tenants that may still be left. And I did express my concern, and they know about, well, what are you going to do about relocation? You need to make sure they're taking care of the tenants, and they've assured us, the TIF committee, which did give approval of the project. They have inventory, and they certainly have come into this situation with us with other projects in the Blackstone area where we make sure that they take care of relocating the tenants. So they are proposing 2 new buildings. One of them will be a 4-story apartment building that will have a unit mix of studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms. And then the second building will be an amenities building, a 1-story amenities building. So this site plan, which the site plan and for sure the renderings, the elevations that I always show you are preliminary because they still are going to be working with our planning department, urban design team, urban planning in general to finalize everything about this project. Right now what we see here, you can see it. So 33rd Street, there's going to be on-street parking proposed. Then Jones Street, there's going to be on-street parking proposed. This is the 4-story apartment building. This is the 1-story amenities building. They have some green space proposed in here, like a plaza courtyard area. One thing to note is this particular project is just south and east of a Omaha public, or the Parks, Turner Park Boulevard system. So the developers are aware, and we've made it known to them that they need to make sure that they are working with the city staff to make sure that they are in compliance with any requirements that are necessary. And I'll just read specifically that the redevelopment site is located on the south and east of the Omaha Parks and Boulevard system along the Turner Boulevard section, a contributing source of the National Register of Historic Places. Any new development must respect the boulevard system. The applicant will need to continue coordinating with the city staff to ensure that the project conforms with all the city recommendations. So they're aware of that, and we will continue to work with them on that. The project, in terms of zoning, it's currently zoned R7 ACI 1. The applicant has proposed to apply for, or they'd like to propose the TOD zoning, which was just approved a couple of weeks ago. So again, because it's under site plan review, the whole project is under review with the planning department. More of those details will be worked out. The benefit bonus, if you will, with the TOD for a lot of these types of projects is it does reduce the parking requirement. One thing we have found with a lot of the developments in the city of Omaha, and I'll just say in the urban core with the TIF projects, is whenever there is that parking component required, especially parking stalls, garage stalls, that always increases the cost of the project, and those costs have to be covered, so therefore the rents are higher. So we have seen projects that have a lot of higher rents. The fact that they are able to, first of all, as I showed, they're providing parking, on-street parking, and then would like to adopt the TOD, which our urban design manager, as he's been reviewing and just talking to him today, said he would like to recommend and suggest that, will certainly help them to keep the cost of the project down. In doing so, by keeping the cost of the project down, they can try to achieve more affordable rents for the tenants that would be in this project. So the zoning you will see, and that will touch on the parking and the TOD. Wanted to talk about the zoning. I know the developer here is here, which is Green Slate Development, who you have seen, who has done a lot of projects in the Blackstone area. Can talk to you more about the rent structure and some other things. I will say that they're asking for about $1.4 million in TIF, and their investment is just a little over $8.6 million for this particular project. And before they step up, here, just as I said, real preliminary elevations. I know you know that there is opposition, and I do believe there are members from the neighborhood who would like to speak. I just wanted to share with you, I did have a couple of conversations with some very pleasant folks yesterday, and we exchanged some ideas, and as I listened to them as well as reading through some of the other comments, I at least came away with 5 concerns that I do feel like we are able to mitigate if they haven't been mitigated already. So one is the historic building concern. As I mentioned, these buildings are not historic, and so that we're not really losing anything of the historic fabric. And the development will need to comply with the neighborhood in terms of design. So, and I already touched on the historic aspect only involves the Park Boulevard system. Master plan compliance, what that means for this project is, and this is a comment straight from our urban planning department, or long-range planning. The project concept as generally proposed is in alignment with broad master plan goals, including the concept element of the master plans, which calls for the project to ensure good quality housing in a mix of patterns, types, and styles. And it is to promote the construction of new infill housing. So that is exactly what this project does. We still need housing in the urban core. I know we had a project earlier this afternoon that was on the western suburbs. This is still in the urban core where we have still 2, maybe 3 good, strong employment centers. Also, one of the things that the long-range planning said is that each new development, or in this particular new development, should be consistent with the character of older neighborhoods. The new construction should be visually and functionally compatible with surrounding in terms of scale, form, proportion, detail, quality, and material and land use. So all of those things have yet to be worked out. And again, we'll come back to you for another public hearing to hear what the developer has finalized or come to an even more finalized design. And again, right now, what we're talking about is the TIF. In terms of affordability, that we know is a concern. We often hear about that, at least with TIF projects. And all I want to say on that is affordability is a concern across the entire city. So not just in the urban core, out west too. We have to have affordable projects everywhere in the city of Omaha. We should not burden one program or say only affordable requirements are for just the urban core. So what I would say is this particular project, and we had that discussion with the developer, and they probably are tired of hearing me talk about it, but we asked them, you know, what can you do to add some affordable units? You know, what can you do, putting the pencil to paper to figure this out, because there is no requirement right now. There are discussions, but nothing's required. And so what they have shared with us in the TIF committee is that for example, their 2-bedroom apartments are about comparable to what the 2-bedroom apartment is at the existing project. One bedroom and the studio apartments are typically will cost more because it costs more to construct those. So the price per square foot is a little higher, so the rents may be a little bit higher. But they are trying to stay in the median. And when I say median, what I did is I looked at from downtown, midtown to Exarban Village, the rental rates are from $1.19 per square foot to $1.79 per square foot. The higher dollar amount is as you get to Exarban. But they range all in there. So what this developer said that they're trying to do is stay kind of in the middle, in the median, to help. You know, they're not able to maybe get all the way down to $1.20 or $1.18, but if they can be in the middle, then they can make a project work, and they can reach some of those folks who need affordability at that particular level. So they can talk more about what they're doing, but I just wanted to point that out, that I do believe this project is mitigating that. And I mentioned about the parking. The last thing I'll say is the CRA and blight and substandard. That was a comment I heard that, you know, this area is not blighted and substandard. Well, this particular area in Midtown is a part of a CRA that has been a CRA for a number of years. And it's remained that because there are still opportunities within the general Midtown urban core area for opportunities of redevelopment, revitalization, infill redevelopment, just like this one. So I just wanted to point that out, because those were the 5 concerns that I heard that I wanted to just address and say I feel like it's been mitigated or will be with further staff review, whether that's planning or even public works, and maybe even the parks and other city staff. There will be plenty of opportunity to work on this particular project. As well, I'll say that the developers told me they did meet with the Leavenworth Neighborhood Association board, and that they have a meeting with the larger membership in a couple of weeks. So no, they haven't met with the larger membership, but they said they do have one in the next couple of weeks. So I would ask for your approval, just understanding that this is simply for the financing piece of it, and that should this be approved and go to the city council, and should the city council even approve it, that does not mean that they have a project that they construct, because they have to still receive approval of all the planning entitlements that have yet to come back to you and then city council. So with that, I'd ask for your approval.
Okay, thank you, Bridget. Any other proponents wishing to speak?
Thank you, Jay Lund, Green Slate Development, 3814 Farnham Street. Good to see y'all. It's been a while. This is an exciting project for us. This is about the furthest we've moved out of Blackstone. It's about a half a mile maybe, but so we're excited to kind of continue to realize the vision that started close to 20 years ago with Destination Midtown and Mutual of Omaha and everything that they did. I think a lot of these were, a lot of these dense projects at that time were visionary or maybe seemed distant future, but now we've seen a lot of them come to fruition. So we're excited about it. I'm really excited about the site itself, the way that it sits next to the park, the way that I sort of envision it as some of these, you'll see the architecture is, again, toss that back up here if you want, but the architecture is sort of a classic take on design, and kind of picture, classic buildings that you'd see on some of the old boulevard systems in Kansas City and whatnot. We never love to knock old buildings down. It's the last thing that we usually do or try to do. We've saved 18 different buildings in the Blackstone district, some of them very painstakingly so. The project, to me, is all about density. I'm not going to get on my stump on the different things that I like to talk about with density, but dense projects, it makes for walkability. It makes transportation work. I think this is going to be our first TOD, one of the first TOD projects that mixes, when we talk about the affordability conversation, it's more dynamic than that. The average cost of car ownership in the United States is $6,500 a year. If you're not forced to own a car and you can live on a transportation line and get to and from work into essential services, that's a big deal. That's over $500 a month. Density supports small businesses. Most importantly, the project that we heard about at length earlier today, I was doing the math and talked a lot about this back in my streetcar speaking days. I did kind of the back of the napkin math. This project would generate 10 times the amount of tax base on a per acre basis, right? So Douglas County is projected to run out of developable land by 2050. Density is how we're going to pay for our city services and schools and everything that we need. So with that, I'm here for more questions if you have them.
Hey, Jay, when you move the tenants, relocate them, will their rent be similar to what they're paying now, or are you going to try to help them out somewhat? Or
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so. The rent that they're paying now is not low. We have close to 700 apartments in Blackstone, ranging anywhere from $600 a month all the way up into the high thousands. So we talk about wanting to have a variety of options in Blackstone. We think that this project in itself has a variety just in itself, ranging from high 700s to about $1,400. So I think there'd be a temporary need, and then certainly if they wanted to move back and be back on the park and enjoy this, they could. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents wishing to speak? Okay, come on down and you can give your name and address, please.
Hi, Jim Thompson, excuse me, 1001 South 35th Avenue. I'm kind of neutral on this, but I'll talk as an opponent, not necessarily opposed against the project, Jay, but a couple of things. This is my neighborhood. It is my backyard. I live a few blocks away. I was on Destination Midtown Committee as one of the representatives of a neighborhood advocacy standpoint. I just heard a big domino effect when this came up yesterday. I'm surprised I didn't hear about it earlier because I usually have my ear to the ground on this sort of thing. But in spite of that, years ago when this was bought and finally consolidated under one owner, and I assume you either own it now or you're going to buy it from Mr. Fry. Right. And that's okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. But it was chopped up, and now it's under one ownership, so it's ripe for development. The Destination Midtown program and what we can do and what has been done has just been fantastic. Urban Village on Park Avenue is a good example, a great example. Heartland Development has also stepped in. Kitty Corner from this location as well. So there's been a lot of positive development in our neighborhood. I'm not going to talk about TIF financing, so others will probably do that, but I know the City Council and Planning Department's in favor of TIF. And TIF has done a lot of good things for our neighborhood. So the three things I want to address. I'm also on the Papio NRD board. I'm chairman. We built that trail, gave the money to the city, built South Omaha Trail, gave the money to the city. It was built. It's done as part of our precious and tremendous trail system. And however this evolves into development, it's pretty lucky because it's on the trail system. There's going to be future issues, positive issues on our trail system as we expand that. So I'm very proud and I'm very protective of that. And Bridget, I didn't quite hear you because you weren't too close. But anyways, you had mentioned in the evaluation that must respect the boulevard system. This used to be the western edge of Omaha back in the early 1900s. The carriages went from north down to Hanscom Park on a Sunday afternoon. So I like to use that. It was designed by the same designer up in Minneapolis who developed their boulevard system. So it's quite the asset for Omaha. We don't recognize it enough. So however this has worked out with the Turner Boulevard, there's talk about putting parking on Turner Boulevard. Please, no parking. It's a thoroughfare, first of all, but we've got the trail system, as you saw, which was designed for pedestrian and bicycle, not only recreation, I look at it as transportation. The city, with planning and public works, drew the land on the street, so it's a share. You got to share the bikes with the traffic. If there were parking on Turner Boulevard, that would be dangerous. Cyclists don't use the actual trail itself, so that's a key concern of mine as a neighborhood advocate. 33rd Street with that diagonal parking, I'm not clear if that's forward in or back in, and same with Jones Street. 33rd Street is main thoroughfare. It goes way north to terminate on Woolworth Street, and then turns into 32nd. So keep that, don't mess with that from a transportation standpoint. I'm sure it's been studied, but my concern is how that can affect the speeders and the people that use that. That's an important consideration. The design, I just saw it yesterday on my little machine, and I don't know how much brick and how popular it is in this design. I can't quite tell from the black and white renderings. But I would advise that there be more brick across the street. There's a nice complex been renovated over the years. It's a townhouse situation. Around the corner, there's other solid brick buildings. When Urban Village did their thing on Park Avenue, they renovated. There's not enough units in this to renovate it. It's probably beautiful inside with Harvard floors and that sort of thing, but from a practical standpoint, I wear my hat of Midtown development, and I think it's inevitable it's going to happen. I think Mr. Lund is very conscious about developing it in the right way, and I applaud him for that. And I hope that continues. As far as the Leavenworth Neighborhood Association, I'm speaking for myself, but I've been involved in that for 35 years, seeing the things develop along Leavenworth Street. Our boundaries, by the way, are Dodge to Pacific, 29th Street over 36th Street. So this is in the heart of our neighborhood association. I think it's quite positive that things, 55 units, I think that's too many personally, but you do the numbers, that's your thing. With that no on-street parking, that's the challenge we always have, however development occurs. Whether the ratio of 1.5 per unit is now down to 0.5 per unit, however it is, I'm not a fan of that because I see what happens especially in our dense neighborhood, Midtown, what happens with the parks, the cars on the street. The plows come and they get plowed in, they stay there till spring. That's a reality. I'm not sure in these diagonals if the city's supposed to plow within the diagonal, but there's gonna be vehicles there, they can't go anywhere. There is a vehicle on Jackson Street. It's always parked on the front lawn, pet peeve of mine. That's a reality in our neighborhood too. East of this project, it's pretty hilly. You can't park on the lawn, but there's definitely violators that park on the lawn. So more off-street parking would be ideal, however you can fit in. But again, respecting the green space the city already owns, and you can't and shouldn't get anywhere near that. And according to the rendering I saw, the footprint of that, I think, keeps that intact. Whether Jones Street becomes a one-way, I don't think that's going to work. I just think people living in Alderman like to go the back roads to their home. Alderman's is a great social spot. If you haven't been there, check it out someday. But I used to walk down, so I didn't worry about how I got home. So that's and plus the VFW has now been sold. So there's going to be development at the VFW at the top of the hill. That all adds up to a positive footprint for the entire neighborhood as far as what can happen. So I think with some careful design, careful look, giving us a chance, we're going to meet at a Zoom meeting. Our neighbor group hasn't met all year because of COVID. So we haven't had the communication, the chance to really look at and give the feedback. We used to play a place game with Omaha by Design. And this is probably a good example. We can maybe do a mini place game to say what's good for the neighborhood, what's good to the developer. Developer needs to make some, he's got to make some money, there's no question about it. Buildings don't last forever, especially if you don't maintain them. That's happened a lot. Harney Street, when S.L. Jensen took out 5 houses, oh my God, 5 old houses. Yeah, they're rickety old wooden houses, termite damage and so on. Nice apartments there across from Mutual of Omaha. To me, that's a plus in development. That's another big domino. So this has got potential. I guess I wanted to speak neutrality on this, but I do have to express a couple of points that hopefully can be worked out. Any question, I'll be certainly available to answer.
Thank you, Jim. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Hi there. I am Brandon Bakke of 4911 Decatur Street. I know that we're, as we've mentioned, speaking mostly to the TIF portion of this project at the moment, but I think it's been very relevant to discuss the project at large, so I have a bit of that in here as well, but mostly focused on the TIF as it pertains to today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I do have a lot to cover, so I'll be as concise as possible. I'm Brandon Bakke. I'm an Omaha homeowner, and I spent most of my early 20s living on the Turner Boulevard side of Leavenworth Park. I'll be frank and the first to tell you that block was a little bit wild back then. In that time and since, though, I've seen some great things happen to the area, but I can't say that the proposed Dewey Park project would be one of them. I'll get to why I believe that and who I speak on behalf of in a moment here. I think it's pertinent for me to mention that although I propose what's being planned in this park, in the Dewey Park rather, that I am not personally anti-development in any way. In fact, far from it. I work for a company that's relocating to the up-and-coming Millwork Commons area, and I've been delighted to see the empty industrial areas and the crumbling historical buildings transformed into a vibrant new commerce and soon residential spaces. I think ethical repurposing of underdeveloped or vacant land and properties in disrepair, especially with TIF, with the partnership of trusted private developers, is a really clear way forward for our city. That said, though, the Dewey Park project accomplishes none of these things. The existing structures to be demolished serve a vital purpose of providing what is often referred to as middle housing options. These are affordable spaces for folks not well served by a small apartment with no green space or secure parking options that may not yet be able to purchase a home. The two currently existing brick triplexes with secure single-story garage currently in Dewey Park are in good condition and currently inhabited, reasonably priced, and although not legally historic, have been a long-standing fixture of the park. In my eyes, they serve as a great transition from the park space to the surrounding urban area, matching the styling of the surrounding houses and all other small apartment complexes in a way that a newly styled four-story building simply never can. While it's always true that on some level, the old must make way for the new, I lament what we'd lose and am disappointed by what we'd gain should this project proceed. To speak to the tax increment financing bit in general for a moment, and I'm open to correction here if anyone has it. My understanding is that in order to be considered, a project must be in an area declared blighted as defined by the Nebraska state statute. I'm assuming we'd all like to go home at some point, so rather than read it all word for word, allow me to summarize. Blighted constitutes the following two parts of which an area must qualify for both. An area with substantial number of deteriorated or deteriorating buildings, defective street layout, faulty lot layout, lack of diversity of ownership, tax delinquency, health and safety concerns. I think you get the idea here. Excuse me. As none of this applies to the current and again actively inhabited property in question, as this section does not apply to the proposed site, the site is categorically, in my view, ineligible for TIF funding to redevelop at this point, full stop. Then the second part of the statute, in which one of the following conditions must be met. Unemployment rates are high, the average age of the building is at least 40 years old, more than half of the area is unimproved land that's been within the city for 40 years, the per capita income of the area is lower than the average per capita income of the city, or the area has had stable or decreasing population. The reason I bring up this second section is because it's extremely problematic because it allows this designation based on factors commonly associated with poverty or struggle in a neighborhood, and then allows for tax-funded redevelopment via a private for-profit developer that then has no legal obligation whatsoever to provide affordable housing as a result. In short, I'm getting at the G word. TIF, when used in this way, does not just allow for the possibility of gentrification in a neighborhood, it actively participates and enables it. Low-income folks are pushed out of their homes only to find themselves priced out of their own neighborhood with their own tax dollars, no less. I have brought with me the results of a survey circulated only from Sunday evening until now that was titled Declaration to the Opposition to the Dewey Park Apartments TIF Redevelopment Project Plan. Awfully catchy name, I might add. In this short amount of time, we received 100 statements of objection to the project. The full statement of objection is here, including 40 personal comments composed entirely by responding community members. Concerns there are comprehensive, ranging from the sure to result parking problems, as we heard, the incorrect blighted designation, the ethics of TIF when used in this manner, the likelihood of a new building as an eyesore in an otherwise scenic area. But above all, the most common theme in these comments is a fundamental objection to Green Slate as the chosen developer for this project. Rather than speak personally to this, I request that the Planning Board review all of these comments before making a decision. To do otherwise, I think shows a disregard for the public's opinion on the matter, and I state this not as a personal attack at all, but rather to underscore the fact that with a taxpayer-funded program such as TIF, with no legal mandate in place on the type of housing provided or its price point, community trust for the developer community trust for the developer to do the right thing is paramount, and in this case, it is clearly not present. While it's mentioned in the proposal that the resulting units will be priced in accordance with the market, it is also noteworthy that when companies such as Green Slate operate such a large percentage of properties in the area, many of which are already serving the same purpose as this proposed new construction, the company ends up with a large sway in determining just what the market value for an area actually is. From an ethics perspective, market value seems at odds with the taxpayer-financed program. As a taxpayer subsidy, in my view, should be used to fund under-market and affordable projects, not profit margins. In short, private for-profit entities should not function as their own oversight in this way, and I think this is a disservice to residents when overlooked. In closing, my ask is that the City Planning Board deny this TIF application, and down the road, the entire project in general be rejected. I don't necessarily view this as a room of opponents, but a gathering of the community, the city, and private developers who all want what's best for Omaha and very often achieve it. In this case, though, I think it's undeniable that the mark has been missed, the community is aware, and objects. While myself and the community will continue to explore avenues to challenge this incorrectly selected TIF grant should it proceed, this sort of battle and infighting is seldom good for a community at large. We simply ask that a more appropriate site be chosen and the property in Dewey Park be left in its current state. And at the very least, we request that the comments and letters brought to the board today be reviewed before a decision being made, as the public feels it has a right to be genuinely included as part of the process. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if anyone has them as well.
Thank you. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Hello, my name is Sophia Smith. I live at 614 South 33rd Street. And
I couldn't hear your name. Could you?
Sophia Smith, and I live at 614 South 33rd Street. All good?
Okay.
I live in one of the buildings that will be demolished if this plan goes through. And if you would read through a lot of the comments and concerns that we have already gathered from the rest of the community, you will see a lot of other factual statements regarding their concern for TIF and opposition to this project in general. But as a resident of this place, I would like to offer a personal perspective on why I oppose this project and TIF in general. These developers do not care about our community. It is apparent, by the way, they disregard our needs at every turn, that they do not even see us as people. It's numbers, it's money for them, that's it. But we, the people, are what keeps the city alive, and we deserve housing that allows us to not just survive, but also thrive. This project will not do that. In fact, the proposed parking, or lack thereof, with this project would eliminate accessibility for many like myself who have physical limitations that require safe, off-street garage parking year-round, but especially during the winter months. To not take accessibility into consideration or act as though these needs do not matter when it comes to housing in this part of town is honestly disgraceful. Omaha, and especially its Midtown area, is lacking an affordable middle housing option, such as the buildings currently standing in Dewey Park. Housing which provides more than just bare minimum for families and other working class people for who apartments are not a viable option, and for those who are yet unable to buy a house. This project will remove practical housing and replace them with cramped, soulless, and unaffordable units the community has no need for, a fact which is clearly being demonstrated by similar new apartments, mostly owned by Green Slate, surrounding the area, none of which have ever been fully occupied and for the most part are unaffordable to the current residents. For these people to claim that their new project will not be overpriced is laughable. Without strict regulation on profit and pricing for TIF recipients, we have to trust, as Brandon said, that Green Slate or any developers coming in will do the right thing. And there are plenty of examples within our comments also where they are not. They have not. They do not do that. For instance, I currently pay $900 a month where I am living. This price falls in line with both affordability and reasonable trends throughout the neighborhood, some of which I am about to list for you. Prices for most studios not owned by Green Slate or any developers range from $500 to $650. One bedroom's going for $600 for $850, and two bedrooms for $800 to $950. And buildings with almost identical space and layout to the current Dewey Park apartments in nearby neighborhoods range from $950 to $1,000, usually max. I have heard that these new two bedrooms will go up to just about $1,200. That's unaffordable for people like us. To remove these practical and affordable units and charge inflated market rates for apartments that won't even provide a fraction of the space, comfort, or beauty currently available should be criminal. But in closing, I'd like to point out that at a time when most people in the area, myself included, have lost all or most of our income due to COVID-19, we as a city cannot afford to keep eliminating affordable housing. People in the community do not have 15 to 20 years to wait for these new developments to become affordable to us. And to suggest that we, the working class people, foot the bill through TIF on this and more projects that will price us out of our communities is reprehensible. I'm asking that the board do the right thing by the people of this community and deny this application.
Yep, thank you.
That's all I have.
Any other opponents wishing to speak? Okay.
Hi, I'm Amanda Huckins, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident of 521 North 33rd Street, just up the street from the proposed development and the current row houses. And this is my first planning board meeting, so I did print off copies of something I'd like you to see. How do I submit those? Over here. And I know affordability has been brought up, and I guess to start out, I would like to thank the planning department and the board and everyone who works on TIF applications, because I recognize that planning is a public service and that you all have really difficult jobs and don't get enough credit for your advocacy often. And I want to offer that I really see that it's a public service what you do. I also just want to speak as a person who, I said before, I haven't been able to come to planning board meetings because I work 40 hours a week in a fairly low-wage job, providing an essential service of childcare, and it's really hard for renters, low-wage renters, to get to these meetings at this time of day. And I actually know that one other opponent had to leave to go to work. So I always want to bring that up when I have an opportunity to testify in front of a board like this, that I think it's honestly partially that these boards don't hear from low-wage renters enough, that there's such a gap in how we often feel about these projects. I don't think it's malice. I think it's just we aren't able to talk to you as much as we'd like, partially due to the circumstances of our lives as low-wage renters. So a little more background on me is that I live up the street just north of Cass on 33rd in a 100-year-old building that was converted into apartments some time ago. And my apartment's 2-bedroom. I pay $750 a month. It's safe, it's clean, it's functional. It doesn't have a bunch of excess amenities, which makes it priced within my range. I have a beautiful backyard, and I'm close to a lot of really great neighborhood social amenities that aren't just material amenities, and have private parking and all that stuff. So I know it's possible for property owners to offer this kind of affordable housing to people. My landlord lives in my neighborhood, and I think the relationships that I have with my neighbors, what I get out of living in my old building that's maintained perfectly well, and my stable rent, what I get out of that is a lot of quality of life, and allows me to participate in things like this. So I think that sometimes the quality of life of renters is kind of passed over as a really important part of TIF applications. And I know that the law doesn't provide for that being considered. I understand that, and I know that your job is to look at the law, to look at compliance. But when I have the opportunity to come speak at a thing like this, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that, I just have to bring up that affordability piece that's so important. And listening to the very long, drawn-out conversation about Coventry gave me a little more perspective on density in our community at large. And I think that having more townhomes way west would be great. And having more dense apartment buildings, middle west would be great. But as a resident of Midtown, the Midtown area, I think that I have to echo that it's important for renters to have options and to remove currently standing buildings that are not deteriorating in a way that's beyond an owner-occupier, fixing up. I think removing those buildings is a mistake, and it makes our part of the city more monoculture, a little more. It reduces our options, and so I'm here to also draw your attention to what I passed over was congressional district for District 2 renter statistics from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, and as of this year, this was updated to reflect that As far as affordable available rental units per 100 people, the need for more units is 0 at the 80% area median income level. So there are enough. There's actually an excess by 193 units per 100 people. So that's almost double what we need for that group of people. If you get down to at or below 50% of area median income, we have 22 too few units. We are lacking 22 units for people to live in. And when you get down to 30% of AMI, it's even worse. There's only 27 units for every 100 families that need affordable housing. And there's other statistics on here that I encourage you to look at. I mean, renters make up 37% of all households in District 2. And I don't think you're hearing from us enough for a variety of reasons. And I would love to continue having conversations like this, and I hope to continue coming to application proposals and hearings like this so that I can keep bringing these concerns to you, because these are not uncommon concerns. And I echo the previous testifiers when I said that in my community we have a lot of tension and a lot of complicated feelings around how TIF is currently being used. And I think that needs to be addressed a little more. And also, I mean, I heard the developer say that there's plenty of units for $600 in Blackstone. I don't believe those are 2-bedroom units. And as a person who's, helping to raise an 8-year-old, I know that I can't just shove my family into a studio because that's what I can afford. I need a 2-bedroom. Let's see here. I'm gonna see if there's any other things that nobody else noted. I also think it's really important that we kind of recognize that renters are often informally represented by developers by virtue of them bringing market research information. And I think that can often misconstrue, the fact that there's a lot of renters with a lot of different income levels. And when there's a market demand for something in an area and it is built, the people who often suffer are the people who are lower income than that would sustain, and they're displaced to be more dense in a different area of town. So it's causing poverty to be more concentrated when people are moved out. Just because they're a renter, it's not the same people. And I think it's important for the fabric of our neighborhoods that we have some stability for renters. We're not transient if we don't have to be. We like to stay and connect with our neighborhoods. I'm on the neighborhood association, or in the neighborhood association. I've been really active as a volunteer for the Gifford Park Neighborhood Association the past couple years. And I want to stay there. And I know people that live around the area of the proposed development want to stay where they are too without being priced out. So let's see here. I think that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Any other opponents wishing to speak? Seeing none? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Jay, did you want to come up and address anything?
Matt Dwyer, 3814 Farnham Street. Thanks for giving us some time today, and the comments are eloquent and I think hit center target for perhaps TIF as it sits, down in the legislature. But as TIF sits today, I think we are abiding by the letter of the law. I think I just wanted to stand up for a sec, just as a company. I'm not sure where some of the vitriol comes from. I think we have plenty of that in the world today. I think Jay and I, in particularly, take a ton of pride in running our business and our portfolio of properties as in the most meaningful and connective way with our tenants as possible. We can't be all things for all people. Of the units Jay talked about, half of those units fall below the median, rental number line in terms of price point. We employ, it's coming up on almost 500 people that fall within a lot of them fall within an earnings capacity that sort of falls center target for a middle range apartment price, and we certainly value that and want to make sure we can provide suitable and clean and well managed and safe housing for them. COVID, we hear about COVID. We're in the middle of COVID. COVID hit a lot of our businesses and a lot of people we employ extremely hard. I'm sure it hit a lot of people extremely hard. We
put a lot of our time and effort and resources into shoring up and saving a lot of jobs and, and helping people before some of the federal funding, stimulus programs, PPP, subsidies for people were available. We, within 5 days of the shutdowns happening, had raised a fund to help any of our tenants, any of our employees to make ends meet until there was, a bit more of a cavalry to come. So I guess I take a little bit of offense to being made out to be maybe a little less savory or a little more greedy than we really truly are. So relative to this project, the letter of how TIF is to be used, the designation of blight, all of those things are not up to me. I'm following what the statute says, and I believe that our project meets those requirements. So I just wanted to say that. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Add one more.
Okay.
One more piece to that, just Bridget covered this. We are meeting with the Leavenworth J. Lund, 3814 Farm Street. We're scheduled to meet with the Leavenworth Neighborhood Association on November 18th, where we're going to have full-scale renderings where we can further discuss materials and site plan and stuff like that. So.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Any additional comments or questions from the board? Eric, want to add anything?
I don't have anything. Bridget, did you want to clarify anything regarding, just maybe mention that it's a established CRA again and describe that quickly, thanks.
Bridget Hadley, City Planning. So yes, the area is already a CRA. As I had mentioned, it's been a CRA for a number of years, maybe even decade or more. And CRA, another term for blighted and substandard in the community development law, paraphrasing, but basically a community redevelopment area, or CRA, is an area that has been designated as a blighted and substandard area, which means it's an area in need of redevelopment. As Brandon stated, and he was reading through the definition, blighted and substandard have to be the two definitions met for an area to be designated as a CRA. Both definitions touch on physical conditions of a geographic area. So it could be property, it could be land, it looks at, street layouts, it looks at, maybe there's a, I forget the term in the law, but looks at, if there's maybe a multiplicity of ownership, unplatted land. It looks at all of those kinds of things. It also contemplates, the perception of an unsafe public hazard type area. So areas that are vacant, dilapidated, negligent. I mean, those are the kinds of conditions, and I'm just stating a few, that it looks at both definitions, blighted and substandard. The Part B of blighted looks at demographics, and that's where it's looking at a loss of population, the per capita income, unemployment, so looking at the economic factors. So when there is disinvestment in an area and the area starts to deteriorate, those kinds of demographics will give us that, let us know that yes, this area is going to meet what the law is saying in terms of meeting the blighted Part B. So it's those three things, and I know I forgot a couple others, but I think one of them is the residential, not residential, but properties being greater than 40 years old, loss of population. So there's at least 4 or 5 factors that are the demographic piece of it. So when the city designates an area, we do a study, we bring it before the planning board as well as city council that will actually authorize it as a community redevelopment area. It is a long process that we do go through, looking at the area, looking at details, but it's the definition and what we measure it against is what is in the community development law in terms of blighted and substandard.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just add a few things. So Bridget had mentioned it, but it's currently under review for site plan review. So it means Public Works Planning and Parks Department staff are currently looking at the proposal as far as all of our regulations and criteria. I know Jim had mentioned some concerns about parking on the boulevard. Don't worry, the Parks Department is definitely on board with not allowing parking on the boulevard. And so there's been a lot of internal dialogue, and that review is continuing on. So that would, precede next steps as far as potential rezoning, whether it's TOD or whether it's not, whether it's a PUR, just whatever all those options are. That being said, staff recommends approval of the project.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion approved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you record the vote, please?
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Moore? Morris? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Agenda item number 12, case C12-20-227. Applicant, Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha, request preliminary and final plat approval of Highlander East Replat 1, a minor plat inside city limits with a waiver to section 5384A lot depth. Location, south of 29th and Burdette Streets. And Eric, you're presenting.
Yes, I'll present on behalf of the city. This is a little over 3 acres. We'll be replatting one lot, which was agenda item number 1, lot 7 of Highlander East. So that will need to be finalized and recorded before this project can ultimately be recorded. But it replats that one larger lot on the eastern portion of the Highlander project at large into 22 single-family residential lots, 1 outlot. There is a waiver of lot depth for a few lots on the south side for properties fronting Blondo Street, but those depths are consistent with the surrounding neighborhood at large. There could be a potential PUR or NCE in the future that would provide some innovative layout, setbacks, other zoning criteria that is being currently looked at with the development team and city staff. So there could be more steps to this process as well. And I will get to my recommendation after the public hearing.
Okay. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments or questions from the board? Eric?
Okay. Staff recommends approval of the waiver to section 5384A lot depth, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 7 conditions in the report, approval of the final plat subject to those conditions, and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to City Council.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the waiver to section 5384A lot depth, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 7 conditions outlined in the recommendation report, and approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to forwarding the request to City Council.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you record the vote, please?
Pate?
Yes.
Moore? Morris? Rosacker? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
We're going to take cases 14 and 22 together. Agenda item number 14, case C10-20-230, C12-20-231. Applicant John Henney. It is a request preliminary and final plat approval of Leavenworth Point Commercial, a minor plat inside city limits with rezoning from GI to NBD. Property is located within an ACI 1 area of civic importance overlay district. Location southwest of 31st and Leavenworth Street. And agenda item number 22, case C11-20-238, C8-20-239, applicant John Henney. It is request is approval of a PUR plan unit redevelopment overlay district with approval of a special use permit to allow a restaurant drive-in in the NBD district. Location southwest of 31st and Leavenworth Streets. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Hi, Reagan Pence with Lamprey Nearson, 14710 West Dodge Road, 68116, representing the client. And yeah, we are located at 31st and Leavenworth. And with regards to the project, we are reusing the existing structures, and we're bringing those up to speed. And it will be the intentions are a commercial project. There are going to be 5 bays. I can pull up a site plan. That will front Leavenworth Street. There is an existing parking lot where my finger is. We are removing that parking lot. We're going to turn that into a pedestrian space and a patio, potentially a restaurant patio for this building, existing building right here. There is the existing structures right here. We're going to turn those into commercial bays. We're going to be putting in glazing that'll match urban design's standards. Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
And what we are doing is we are we are going to put some parking to the rear of the project. And this will be, for the majority, out of view from Leavenworth. So I really like how that's a nice touch to the project. So you will have a nice street presence. There will be a one-way entrance off of Leavenworth. We have coordinated with Public Works, Planning, and Urban Design for the better part of 2 years to get to an approved design. The entrances have been approved by, tentatively by Public Works. And then the parking, we have a one-way circulation parking through the rear of the project. We are going to utilize the alley, the existing alley. And then we are also providing an on-street parking tray that we will be putting on 31st Street. And there is, existing parking on Leavenworth, but we are going to add some pedestrian bump outs and landscaping to Leavenworth to make that look nicer and make that safer for pedestrians. In addition to that, there is quite a bit of grade between the alley and the parking. So there is a 5-foot height screen wall back there. And we will be providing landscape pockets with vines to screen the parking to the rear. With regards to zoning, we are bringing the zoning up to speed. This is something that's been left over from many years back. It's currently zoned general industrial with an ACI overlay. And working through this process and getting to the approved site plan, we think neighborhood business district is more appropriate, and planning has also agreed with us with the approval of the site plan that we've worked on together. So we are bringing the property zoning up to speed. There are similar zonings just down the street, and then there are general commercial existing just adjacent to the property. And we are also dedicating some right-of-way to clean up the Leavenworth streetscape to provide the on-street parking tray, and then also rebuild part of the alley that is existing to an existing home that we are intending to demolish. So this house is existing. It is held up by a structural wall. And my client actually has to go out there and crank about once a week to make sure the house doesn't fall over. So it's liability-wise, he's looking forward to seeing that go. And so this is really a housekeeping item to, rezone this and bring this into one lot and then dedicate what we need back to the right-of-way so we can build our parking. There is a kind of drive-through use, and I think drive-through might be the wrong term. It's more of a pickup type window. And what we're going for is something that's similar to just down the street from at 52nd and Leavenworth J. Coco's. There's a little pickup window. Hard to see on this aerial, but I did draw a red dot. There's an order board, and then there's a window right here. And we have worked through a operations agreement with planning and urban design. So there's no chain restaurants going in here. This isn't 2 rows of cars circling around the building. This is intended for a smaller community restaurant, a pizza shop, a coffee shop, and bringing in a big chain use with a project like this actually creates a lot of other challenges with regards to parking. So it's very important to my client that marketability-wise and parking-wise that the tenant mix is what it needs to be and is local. So,
Can you bring up the site map again with the parking on it?
Sure.
Yeah. So you mentioned the ingress point there. Where's the egress point then going to be?
Yeah. So you can either enter off Leavenworth or you can come off the alley, but the exit will be right here.
So if someone wanted to go west on Leavenworth, can they? Is that one way? No, it's two.
It's two-way in this location, and then it transfers to one-way further east.
So is that intersection lighted then? Is it light
Yes.
controlled there? Okay. So there's not going to have to be anybody that risks going through that intersection?
No,
without
and we've also provided the pedestrian nodes, the bump outs, so there's kind of a refuge there.
Thank you. Is there any other proponents wishing to speak?
Yeah, I'm John Heine of 912 South 31st Street. I'm the applicant, and it's a family partnership. So what we wanted to do was take a building, fix it up. I live in the area. Our family wants to kind of do something good and also make an investment. This idea probably came from meeting guys like Jim Thompson at Alderman's, just walking back and forth. I live, like here's an example of the neighborhood. And my day job, I should say, is I'm mostly an apartment broker. I'm at Investors Realty. I've done leasing for small shop spaces, office leasing, office sales, retail leasing. But mostly I broker apartments. And this is an example of all the apartments that have been renovated, upgraded, rebuilt in the neighborhood. So there's about 1,000 units within 3 or 4 blocks. So I think what we have on this intersection is, I think we've created the conditions for tenants to be successful. So whether it's a coffee shop that I'm talking to that says we want to drive through, or other types of businesses, I think the demographics are right. So that being said, I guess we're open to questions, and if you have any concerns, let us know.
Thank you, John. Any other proponents? All right, Jim.
Jim Thompson, 1001 South 35th Avenue, a little bit off the map where he just showed, but I wrote a letter on behalf of John Heine, and this is a tremendous project. You know, Adrian Monk was a little bit, things have to be in order. There's a garage that takes up a portion of the alley, and I told John when he first presented this, that's going to be a straight alley one of these days, and of course it's going to be very much improved. That alley is horrendous. So this project, and especially using the old building, the Alomar building, grocery store, paint store, and all that good stuff, I'm really excited about that. So this is what our neighborhood needs. This is what we enjoy. Leavenworth Street's going to be, in my opinion, someday the new Benson, but with much better parking, much better access. So I highly encourage this. And our neighborhood group has done a survey of sorts, so I can speak behalf of some of the neighborhood groups since we haven't been meeting, contrary to the, well, same with the other project, but this one we all had positive comments about, so I'm looking forward to it. So highly endorse it. Thanks.
Okay. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments, questions from the board?
Specific to agenda item 14, staff recommends approval of the rezoning from GI to MBD, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 4 conditions in the report, approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to City Council.
Do we have a motion?
I motion for approval of the rezoning from GI to NBD, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 4 conditions in the recommendation report, and approval of the final plat subject to the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary.
We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you record the vote, please?
Moore? Yes. Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Agenda item number 22, Eric.
Yeah, so there's just a few small items that will need to be cleaned up on the site plan prior to the PUR going to City Council. Staff recommends approval of the PUR subject to submittal of acceptable final plans prior to City Council, and approval of the special use permit subject to the 7 conditions listed in the report.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve of the PUR planned unit redevelopment overlay district, subject to submittal of acceptable final plans prior to Florida City Council. Approval of the special use permit, subject to the following 7 conditions.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Lisa, will you record the vote?
Morris? Yes. Rosacker? Pate?
Yes.
Moore? Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Agenda item number 15, case C10-2-203, C12-20-98. Applicant, Noddle VP1 LLC. It is, request is preliminary and final plat approval of West Village Point replat 10 lots 1 through 3, a minor plat inside city limits with a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks, along with a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point. Location, southeast of 175th and Burke Street. And Jay, you're up. Finally.
Chairman, Chairman Rosenbaum, members of the board, Director Fanslaw, Councilor Taylor, Mr. England, appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I didn't know you had meetings in the evening. You've seen this project several months back. We had a rather lengthy and somewhat lively discussion. At the time, the board approved the preliminary plat, and we made the commitment, I made the commitment that we would continue to talk to our neighbors. And I was also continuing conversations with our occupant partner, the Nebraska Medical Center and Nebraska Medicine. Since that took place, the requests for occupancy in the project really got a little bit out of control. And so what we decided to do is take another look, which resulted in a two-phased approach to this project, with the end result being a total build-out that is about the same, or will be about the same, if not a little bit, just a little bit larger than where we were before. But this two-phased approach allows everyone to take this in bite-sized pieces, or more appropriately sized pieces maybe. And at the same time, it allowed us to address some of the neighborhood concerns, maybe a little bit more appropriately, certainly put more time and space between now and when certain things might happen. As a result of that, we've had Zooms, telephone conversations, and a few in-person meetings. I've attended all of the in-person meetings, appropriately masked up myself, but I want you to know that I've been there. And there were some new concerns from neighbors that weren't as concerned about certain things with the first site plan. So what I'd like to do quickly is walk you through the full build-out site plan, and then we'll focus a little bit more on phase one. So Ronald, what am I doing here? No? Everybody knows I can't do this very well. Don't laugh, you guys. What's that? I just bought it? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you break it, you own it.
Story of my life. Why was it not moving forward? Somebody? All right, you go ahead, you drive. So this full build-out plan will show on the initial drawing 4 buildings. The 110, oh, here we go.
You can click the arrows.
Got it. So the 110 and the 111 buildings, this is 111, this is 110 to the west. I know it seems backwards to me. 10 should be east and 11 should be west, but we're not going to go there today. That's Public Works, and I think Bob Stubbe went home. Yeah, he did. In any case, originally there was a connector building. There was going to be a parking structure in the northeast corner of the site up here. And we were going to build Nathan Street and a new intersection at Burke, connecting to the existing neighborhoods to the south. What's happened is that we've found a way to break this into 2 phases. Here's what we would look like at full build out, and this is phase 1. So what this does is it allows for a 120,000 gross square foot building on the east. It is tucked up as close to the 111 building as we can do it. There are some
life safety matters that don't allow the buildings to get any closer than they are. I believe this is 20 feet. And then it also allows for surface parking on the vacant land just south of Burke. Doesn't change any of the entry points off of Burke, doesn't require any modifications to signalization or anything like that, and it allows for 175th Street to stay open. It minimizes the parking to the south of the east building. Today, I believe there's 244 parking stalls in that lot today. The plan you saw in the spring had 220 stalls, and this plan today has between 160 and 170 stalls. When we showed this to Mr. Stevens, Chuck Stevens, who was appointed as the neighborhood representative, and he couldn't be here today. When we showed it to him, he had conversations with his neighbors, and Mr. Carlson and his family were concerned. There's two Carlsons, there's Doug and Dan. Doug lives over here, Dan lives over here. When we showed this to them, they were concerned about three things, primarily. And I met with them last week at his home with a few of the neighbors as well. He was concerned first that the screening between our property and their property was inadequate in their opinion. So we walked and we took a look at it, and we can help with that by putting more trees in. And these will be trees that provide instant gratification. I can't tell you whether they're 4-inch calipers or 6-inch calipers, and today I can't tell you what species the trees are, but what I think I'm confident in saying is they won't all be the same. And there are a lot of nice trees there today. So we had a conversation about maybe some of the trees go on our property, maybe some of the trees go on the homeowners' properties. And you know, if they're open to that, then we'll go for a walk. We'll put some stakes in the ground, and then we'll do what we normally do, and we'll go find some trees that we feel are appropriate to go there, that are affordable, that we feel can survive. That was one. And kind of as a part of that, they're concerned about while construction is going on, the Carlsons live right here, and they just put a swimming pool in last year. They're concerned about a lot of construction activity while the family and particularly kids are enjoying the pool. So I committed to them that we'll do what we can to erect a little bit more robust construction screening. Not quite sure how we'll do it, but we'll find a way to get something in there that's safe, that's maybe a little bit taller, or there's 2 tiers to it or something to try to help with some privacy-related matters. The next thing they asked about is what about the windows on the south side of the building? I don't really think they asked if we would eliminate the windows. I don't think it wasn't that strong, but rather could we do something about the windows? They're concerned that people could look into their yard. Now, the case today is there are windows in this building here, so we can try, and I've committed to him that we'll take a look at it, to all the neighbors, not just Mr. Carlson. We'll take a look at that. But as of today, we don't have any update on what can be done with the windows, primarily because it affects what happens inside the building at that location. But we're going to continue to work on that. The next thing, and the last thing they asked for, they wanted us to move the building to the north 52 feet. And you know, what we said to them was, wow, that's a biggie, and there's more to it than just moving a building. We didn't get into a lot of the specifics. Really, we didn't get into any of the specifics other than moving the building too far to the north impacts our ability to build an efficient garage in the future if and when that connector building is constructed. And if you recall on the first slide, there is a garage slated for this area at full build out. But we told them we'd look at it. So Mr. Zetzman and I actually went out there and we paced a few things off. We stood on top of a car and looked at the views. And Interestingly enough, within 24 hours, I was able to call Mr. Carlson and tell him we can move the building 30 feet to the north. And that's what this image represents. The image that had been presented or submitted with our application showed the building 30 feet further south. The other thing that this drawing shows, and there's not a better way to represent it at this stage of drawings, is a very dense line of trees. So we let them know that we could do that. They seemed pleased with that. I have reaffirmed with the neighborhood that all the things we mentioned before about doing everything we can to provide continuous access to the neighborhood, when the connector building is built and when we're working on replacing the current roadway 175th with the new Nathan, we will still do that. There undoubtedly will be moments in time, whether they're 5 days or 2 weeks when the road has to be closed. But we're not going to get in a situation here where they don't have access for an extended period of time. They asked questions about the fencing and the 8-foot sidewalks. You may recall we wanted to put in 8-foot sidewalks on the outside of the property. Fencing, sidewalks, landscaping, all of that will be memorialized in our agreements and on our drawings. I think that they are reasonably pleased. What is different is that this now becomes an operating parking lot in the future that's kind of out there by itself. And so there isn't a way to connect this parking lot to a garage to the north. And you may recall we had a lengthy discussion about could that happen before. It just isn't physically possible. We can get the sidewalk in there and a little bit of green space, but we can't get a roadway in there. So what we've done is worked with Public Works, specifically Mr. Haas and Mr. Fitzer, and our engineers to design what we call a pickle median here that will really prevent cars from coming out of this lot and making a left-hand turn unless they're breaking the law. And you may recall we said we'd put a no left-hand turn sign in there. It's still there. If you're coming in to this parking lot, this is the way in. There isn't a way to go around and do something like that and get in. And it's a compromise. Certainly a lot fewer cars than it used to be. There is no patient entrance to this building from this area. So patients going to this building will initially park in the surface lot, and here's where their access is. It is possible for somebody to park here and come around, but again, that lot's there today, and the lot has been reduced from 244, I believe, to 170 stalls. We are familiar with the department's review and recommendation. It's acceptable. And so what we're asking for now is your approval of both a preliminary and final plat so that we can make up for some of the time we've devoted to the discussions and the rework of the plan, and also to make up for some COVID delays. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think there are a couple folks representing the neighborhood that are here today as well.
Thank you, Jay. Let the record show that Chairman Rosenbaum left the meeting. Do we have any other proponents? Seeing none, do we have any opponents?
My name's Gary Randall. I live at 17516 Douglas Street. I'm a resident of Village Point Estates. And I guess I'll put I hate to show my writing, but we will, because I was just jotting down notes on my own behalf here. Jay has been great to work with. We have had multiple neighborhood meetings with him. We have worked out so many of the different parts of this development. I almost feel bad getting up here. But it's not going to stop me completely. You know, he has talked about many of the things, and I mean, it's boiled down to quite a small list, and I don't even think they're major. But one of them that would probably be the biggest one is the exit of this parking lot right here to out to Burke Street. And we really don't have, even though he's made this pickle median, when we're up here? Yes. There, oh, it's only the biggest piece on there.
There we go, thank you. Oh, other way.
You want to go the other way?
I wanna go
Okay.
the other way.
All right.
So we can see the pickle.
That's as far as it's going to go. But I'll move this up. So the only issue that really has come up is whether the people in the back parking lot, even though we're trying to do whatever we can do to make them not be able to get out through the pickle, I don't think the pickle's going to be there probably until we have the rest of this development, right, Jay? So right now, they could still, in some way, come out, take a left, and go back through the neighborhood, which are really not happy with that idea. But the question would be, is there a way to get them out to, and this is something that Ms. Carnes asked last time we were here, get them out to Burke Street in some form throughout the development? And I didn't have a chance to talk to Jay about that today. I think it might have been raised the other night, but I'm not positive. But that's our one concern that we have in terms of the traffic issue. Ultimately, when Phase 2 is built and when the pickle median goes in, that looks pretty good in terms of people not coming the other direction. So other than a no left turn sign, which we know that people often will not necessarily comply with, this could put 100 and some cars coming back through the neighborhood, you know, coming out at night or going in the morning, although it wouldn't be the most convenient to come in the morning that way. You have to come out off all the way through Pacific Springs and then back around through.
Hey, Gary?
Yes.
What would, you know, if they could take a right and get out to Burke Street and then, you know, go either east or west, why would they go south and go through the neighborhood? Is that to get to 168th somehow quicker? Is that?
No, not really. It's
Oh.
it's just another way
It's just
out.
a way.
It's not quicker.
Okay.
Because they have to go through you have to go through the Village Point Estates, then Pacific Springs, and then all the way down to 168th. So it's not an easy route.
Okay.
But it is filled with kids and toys and
Got it.
all sorts of things like that, which is our concern.
Thank you.
So that's really about our primary concern at this point in time. The other piece is either it will be documented through what you guys approve as a board or through a development agreement with Mr. Noddle. And I think he's willing to do that in terms of the other concerns. So that's really, I think, our only issue. Mr. Shaver, did you have anything else? No, that's good. Did you think we got it all?
Gary, one question.
Yes, sir.
So on that right now, so the existing buildings that's there now with the parking.
Correct.
Can they go through your neighborhood right now? Is there
They
a way
can, but
for
the
them?
roundabout is there, so they have to slow down.
Where's the roundabout at?
Oh, exists
Oh.
now.
Oh,
It's not in this picture.
Oh, I know,
here's
I
one.
see it, I see it
Here
on
we go.
this. Yeah.
Right here. It's right here, and they can come out and take a left, but they have to go through the roundabout, so they usually go to the right. So I haven't really got a huge concern, except there's going to be, you know, more people exiting, basically, because of the adding of the east building. So it'll be more traffic. So I guess if there's a better way of doing it, I mean, I actually do like this pickle median, and I don't think the rest of the neighbors were able to see that until he gave it to me today, because I don't think I've showed it to them. Did they see it the other night? Did they? And what was their response? I didn't get a chance to talk to them about that.
Well, Dan is here, but
It wasn't, it was actually Chuck Stevens, so I was concerned.
Chuck was given to Chuck about 3 weeks ago, and he talked to whomever he talked to about it. Then when we had the meeting at Dan's house early last week, we looked at these drawings as well, and they had already seen these drawings. We didn't hear any objections to the pickle median.
Okay. Well, as I said, the only concern is traffic flow. So other than that, we haven't got a huge amount of concern about the development. As a matter of fact, Mr. Donald's been really easy to work with up to this point in time. And we'd like to see the safety factor and the traffic factors be addressed, but beyond that, we're in good shape. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Any other opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public, what?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Slow on the uptake. My name is James Schaefer. I live at 17504 Farnham Street. Members of the commission, there's just, when the first plan was presented to you, there was some concern about the connector building just as office space there and removing public access for 175th Street. So that was approved. There was two members here objected to that plan, went to the city council, and that plan was pulled at that point in time. And then we have the two plans today. So the question is, will there be well, the question that I would have today to oppose this would be the difference in time between, or the time between phase 1 approval and phase 2 construction, because that's not listed in anything that's in the planning department, which I tried to find out before today's hearing. So we don't actually know when that's going to take place. There was some information that was put out, I believe, by Mr. Noddle's office that phase 2 wouldn't start for 5 to 10 years. If that's the case, then this temporary plan and east parking lot traffic flow that Mr. Randall commented on it wouldn't be acceptable. That's the traffic flow there would not be acceptable whatsoever.
James, if it's 5 to 10 years down the road, is that roundabout still going to be there?
My understanding today is that this pickle thing is not going to be constructed until phase 2 begins.
Right. So is there a roundabout there now? And if they're coming out,
there's a roundabout there now that allows access north and south on 175th all the way down to Burke.
Okay.
And
but do you think that people that don't go down there now, I think it was Gary said, people don't want to go down the roundabout, so they just take a right. So if the roundabout is still in existence until phase 2 starts, wouldn't they not go that way anyway? Or
no, I think they would go that way.
you think they?
Right.
You think they'd go south?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic that goes up and down 175th Street. So let's see.
But are those residents of either Pacific Springs or?
Yeah, there's there's 3 subdivisions that are south of 175th and Burke. Village Cove,
but it's
Pacific
not traffic
Springs.
coming from the medical complex necessarily right now.
They wouldn't be coming necessarily from the medical complex, but it certainly cuts off access, direct access from all of those homes and all of those homes on the south side of this project to Village Point, as there's no really direct access to Village Point. From there, it would require, once phase 2 is completed, going down Nathan and then traveling back east for some distance before you could make a left at one of the traffic lights that's at 175th. So if phase 2 is constructed this way, there's going to be 3 traffic signals from where you'd access Village Point down to 180th Street. So that traffic flow would be up to planning to consider whether or not that amount of traffic signal is appropriate for Burke Street between 168th and 180th.
Will you say that again? Did you say if phase 2 is done, then there'll be 3 signals?
Yeah, there'll be one at where you first enter Village Point, about 200 yards west of 168th. That's one. There will be one here at 175th and Burke.
Total along Burke.
And then there'll be one at Nathan and Burke.
From 168th down.
And then the final one is at 180th and Burke.
We have staff from Public Works here if you do have any questions regarding traffic signals, the second phase, closure of 175th, and so if you do have any questions on that.
Okay, well, that's essentially it.
Thank you, James. Any other opponents? All right, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing. Jay, would you like to address some of those issues?
Thank you, Jay Noddle Companies. I'm a little confused. The current condition is what you see on the screen today. 175th is in place. This building and this building exist. This parking lot today actually has 244 stalls in it. So all that's happening in phase one is that we're reducing the size of this lot from 244 to somewhere between 160 and 170 stalls. That's all that's happening. The roundabout doesn't change. There's no additional traffic signals that go in, nothing. I mean, it is, we feel, the least amount of change that the neighborhood could experience. The neighborhoods to the south could or would experience. When full build-out occurs, then 175th goes away. A new signal is installed here at our expense, by the way, and a new roadway is built at our expense, by the way, and the pickle median goes in. So at that point, yes, there is one additional traffic signal along Burke, something which you have already approved with the previous layout and that the traffic study supports. So yes, there will be another traffic signal installed, but access to the neighborhood from this lot, irrespective of how many cars might be in this lot, at this point in time is really difficult because of the median design here. So I don't know if there's some confusion. We tried to make this significantly better with this phasing plan. And with respect to when the second phase might start, we all, I think, are aware that our medical center has a lot of initiatives in front of them. I think they need to see how many of those initiatives, not how many, but how those initiatives play out before they make a commitment to us that would create the need for the connector building in the future. I can't imagine, I have to be careful how I say this, but I can't imagine we would start a second building here within 5 years. I really think it's farther off than that, but.
Jay, can you go back to the existing?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, as it sits, 175th is open, there's a roundabout down to the south of it, and there's a parking lot that has over 200 spaces. You're going to reduce that down to 160, 175, and nothing else will change. People that are coming in to go to that parking lot or leave that parking lot, nothing changes? Okay.
Well, and you also have the parking on 110 and the 111 that also has access to 175th
Yeah.
Street to go south if they would choose to.
Which exists, and I think that it's important to realize that while this east parking lot doesn't exist today, it's dirt and it's vacant ground, the entry point to the new building is here. Yeah. And I don't know if you're all aware of this, there's an elevation change, pretty significant between this parking lot today and this land down here. So the building is 3 stories, but one of them is substantially below grade. Just sticks out just far enough to accommodate moving it 30 feet and getting a patient entrance in here. So the additional square footage won't impact this neighborhood at all because the parking is up here.
Patient parking, right? Patient parking?
Patient parking, yeah.
So and that's what I'm looking at. I would anticipate that most of the patients coming in are going to come in through Burke Street here.
Oh, absolutely.
And park in that east parking lot there, right? And
You
the
may-
only people that will probably park in that 111 east parking might be people that work
Staff.
in those buildings? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you recall last time, we talked about how important it is to improve the patient parking and entry experience. So, which is one of the reasons that when you get to full build out, that connector building and the entry in the front of the connector building is so important. But for now, we cut the square footage in half by breaking it into 2 buildings. and really separate patient parking, patient traffic from this south parking lot.
I gotta just comment on both parties' willingness to continue to have dialogue and constructive dialogue about some of the concerns that were raised at the last time we got together here. And so thank you for doing that and getting together, because obviously it's much improved from both viewpoints, I think. And so I'm pleased that you were able to work out some of the main differences there.
Well, thank you. You know, collaboration it's always a good thing.
Great to work with. That's what it
Did you write that down?
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Okay, Eric?
Yeah, I won't go into too many of the details. I think those have been discussed to a great extent. The shifting of the building, yeah, we did have conversations, staff did, with the applicant, and you know, by shifting that building, it doesn't create any new waivers or anything like that. So staff said that, you know, if planning board recommended, you know, in favor, that updated plans could be submitted prior to city council, so that would be on the record at the city council. So I just want to make that apparent. Similar to the request earlier this year, there is a waiver of a sidewalk segment on the, which will be the second phase for the new 176th Street and Nathan Avenue, just on the north side only, but in exchange for that, they're doing more landscaping and a wider sidewalk on the south. So I just wanted to point that out. Staff recommends approval of the major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point, subject to submittal of acceptable mixed-use agreement and plans prior to forwarding to City Council. Approval of the sidewalk waiver for the north side of 176th Street, Nathan Avenue only. Approval of the preliminary plat, subject to the 10 conditions in the report. And approval of the first phase final plat, subject to an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to City Council.
Any further comments from the board? If not, do we have a vote?
I will move approval of the major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Village Point, subject to submittal of an acceptable mixed-use district development agreement prior to forwarding this request to City Council. Approval of the sidewalk waiver for the north side of 176th Street, Nathan Avenue only. Approval of the preliminary plat, subject to the 10 conditions outlined in the recommendation report, and approval of the final plat, subject to the applicable conditions of preliminary plat approval, and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement if necessary prior to forwarding to City Council.
Second.
Lisa, will you take the vote?
Pate?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Acting Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay,
Good luck,
case
thanks.
number yes, thank you, Jay. Case number 19, C10-20-236, applicant Gary Bernstein, request rezoning from R4 to R5, location 1026 North 33rd Street. May we hear from the applicant?
Good evening, Michael Sands, 1700 Farnham Street. On behalf of the applicant, I'll be very brief because I already have to send a apology letter to my client with this bill. So I will just give you a little quick context because I think there are some neighborhood folks in the audience that'll share their opposition, which is fine. So we're asking for a rezoning from, or my client is, from R4 to R5, and I think you'll find in the planning department's report that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the surrounding area and neighborhood. But just to give you some background, so my client has not owned this property for very long, just a couple of years or less than that. The previous owner made it into a duplex, a stacked duplex with one unit on the bottom, one unit on top. Marketed it as a duplex. My client bought it as a duplex, and you know, for shame for not knowing that the zoning didn't match up. But for these kinds of investments, you don't go out and get a zoning letter to make sure that you know, your bank doesn't ask for a zoning letter or anything like that, like they would on a bigger project. So unbeknownst to him, it did not comply with zoning. Duplexes are not allowed in R4. He was notified of that very recently. He had one of the tenants move out, so he is in compliance now. But now, at this point, he's trying to salvage his investment. He did not. He was not the bad actor as far as the construction that was not in compliance with the zoning code. He would like to fix that via your guys' the board's approval. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I would just add that without this approval, it really makes the property unmarketable. No single family is going to move in and convert it, spend a ton of money of converting it into a single family residence, and nobody is going to buy it as an investment property for a duplex either if it doesn't comply with zoning. So we ask for your approval, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Please come down if you would like to speak.
Members of the board, thank you for your time today. Thank you for your diligence and hard work in hearing out these detailed issues.
name and
Sorry,
address,
Ben
please.
Swan, Swan Family, 3515 Hawthorne Avenue, Bemis Park. What I have heard today is the hard work that people in our community have gone to follow the process, to invest in our community according to the City of Omaha Master Plan, which contemplates increases in density. It sure does. And it contemplates capital improvements to provide a sustainable tax base for our urban area as developable land becomes non-existent. We oppose the rezoning of the house in question from R4 to R5. We're one of dozens of families that have collectively invested millions of dollars into this neighborhood, which has seen a dramatic increase in our tax assessment for our property taxes, in my neighbor's tax assessment. And it's because we've done a lot of improvements. There's been a lot of houses within a block of this house that have been purchased for sub-$100,000, renovated by house restoring enterprising individuals for over $250,000. So this is, the applicant may not know the submarket, but this is an area where there is opportunity for increase in home value. So I would just debate the accuracy of that statement that he wouldn't be able to, that there wouldn't be somebody to buy this house and put in a substantial investment to bring it up to modern standards and to be part of a family neighborhood. This neighborhood has a unique history. It's considered the oldest intact neighborhood in the city of Omaha. A lot of people don't know about it. It's under 100 houses. After World War II, a lot of the houses were split up into either rooming houses or duplexes or 3 units. It wasn't something that was uncommon. I don't know all the history, but it's my understanding in the 70s or 80s, this was stopped by planning, by the planning board at the time, by the city forefathers, because of the increase in crime, because of the decrease in property values, the decrease in the tax base, and the deterioration in the area. Since then, neighbors have really wanted to move back into this area. It's an attractive area. It's a quiet, wonderful neighborhood right next to downtown, 5-minute drive from here. And these conversions would not, it's my understanding that they wouldn't be allowed if they were applied for today, because while they do increase density, they don't increase quality. They don't use good building materials. They don't increase a sustainable tax base. They're not conducive to maintenance of the property. And in this situation, they are siphoning, income dollars from our city, from our county, from our state to an out-of-state investor who didn't do his due diligence. And I regret that he's going to, have to not get the return that he wanted from that. But he didn't do his due diligence. And a zoning review is not an onerous task. Duplexes are not currently permitted in R4. This lot does not conform with R5. It's 44 feet wide, not 50 feet wide. This neighborhood is still a vulnerable neighborhood. And I think it sends the wrong message to families who have put their time, talent, and treasure into this neighborhood when substandard downward conversions are performed to bless those by allowing retroactive zoning that would allow such a conversion. And, families like mine who, and my wife and I, we restore historic buildings. Most of them are commercial. Some of them are mixed use, multifamily. And we go through the process with city planning. And it's a challenging process, especially at the small scale that we operate on. And I've gotten permits. I've paid fines for stuff where I haven't followed the process. And I endeavor to do a good job to build up our tax base and to build up the urban infrastructure in our city. And so I think R4 to R5 would reward maybe not a bad actor, but an unintended, purchaser of a property that did have a conversion that was not permitted very recently. So again, I thank you all for your time, and have a good evening. You've been here a long time. Hope you get home to dinner here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. One of many.
Any other opponents?
Hello, my name is Mary Minturn. I live at 3416 Hawthorne Avenue. I did send a letter in. It was signed by 2 other residents also. And Ben covered most everything that I wanted to say, but I just want to emphasize that while we feel bad for this home buyer, that he didn't know, we feel like he should have known. He should have known the information. He should have known what he was buying. A house, I feel like he absolutely will recapture his investment if he reverts it back to a single-family home in compliance with the R4 zoning. Houses are selling like hotcakes in our neighborhood. A house, just 2 houses down from this property, sold in like 2 days for a good price. It was renovated. It looks nice, single-family home. So I don't think this would be a bad thing for him to take his money and fix it up and sell it, revert it to, or restore it to single family.
Mary, are there other duplexes in the neighborhood that you know of?
Mm-hmm. There are. Most of them are very old and they were grandfathered in, so they were built there as duplexes.
Probably with no permits and everything like this. This
No,
other one
and
maybe.
there are some really nice historic duplexes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a couple of those. And they've been, 2 of them are in the historic district. We have part of our neighborhood is the landmarks district.
Because some of the, I asked about that, because some of the letters that, we read seem like people were worried about that if we go ahead and grant this R5, that
Yeah.
people are going to go back to build, converting into 3 and 4 plexes, which is not what would be
Yeah,
allowed.
I think the worry was that this would just, we've been through so much in the neighborhood over the years, last 30 or 40 years, trying to get homes reverted to or converted back to single family.
Standards.
Yes, and it's just been a struggle, and I think that's why people are worried about
So not all duplexes are bad. I mean, it's just
No,
we just
we've
don't
got
want to go
some,
back.
they're stable residents.
Yeah.
We just feel like if you grant this one property, this zoning change, what's to stop some other investor from buying a home under the table, making it into a duplex, selling it to his friend, and his friend is, I didn't know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff we've put up with in the neighborhood for all these years. And I mean, right now, people are spending thousands and thousands fixing up. We had a recent, I hate to say slumlord, but he was, passed away, and his house went on the market. And One of our neighbors bought a huge one that had, I don't know how many apartments in it, and he's just spent, I don't know how much, fixing it up, making it single family. It's gorgeous. You wouldn't even know it's the same home. So that's the kind of investment that this kind of a move poses as a threat to us.
I understand.
We just feel like if you let this go, it's going to happen under the table. A lot of things happen under the table, probably not only in our neighborhood, but in a lot of these older neighborhoods.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any other opponents want to speak?
My name is Judy Alderman. I live at 1041 North 34th Street, and I also sent a letter of opposition. I think I have something to add to what you were questioning Mary about. It's not duplexes themselves that are the problem. It's when single-family homes are converted to duplexes or triplexes or whatever. I mean, there are some existing duplexes that were built as duplexes. And you know, that's not what we're objecting to. But I've lived in Bemis Park for 40 years, since 1980. And that was just after the neighborhood received the R4 designation. When my husband and I first moved into the neighborhood, many older homes actually had been converted into multiple apartments, 2, 3, 4 sometimes, sometimes more. But over the course of 40 years, we saw gradually responsible people buy up these houses, convert them back to single family, restore them, renovate them, take pride in them, live in them. And many of these older homes that had been converted into duplexes were absentee landlords, people who didn't live in the neighborhood, sometimes didn't even live in the city or in the state. And that created problems with tenants sometimes because they weren't keeping track of what their tenants were doing, and there was more crime and, you know, things like that. Today, it's a very desirable neighborhood where people want to live, and people are actually seeking it out because it's a beautiful neighborhood full of old historic homes. And I guess my biggest fear in granting this R5 designation to this single property is, first of all, the entire neighborhood is R4. And to carve out one single property within R4 and make it R5 doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of us. And we're afraid that that would set a precedent for other people to come along, feel like they could buy up a house and convert it to, you know, into apartments. And this point has been made before. The current owner was not responsible for that conversion. It was the prior owner who did it, by the way, on the sly without pulling a single permit to do any of the work that was done on that property, which is unfortunate. But, you know, what can you do about that? But I would like to ask the Planning Department to please deny this request. And also, I believe our neighborhood is toying with the idea of applying for an R3 designation, which would be low density. We really want to protect this neighborhood. And we have long-term residents who have lived there for years and years. I mean, I'm not even the oldest person in the neighborhood. My neighbor up there is the oldest person in the neighborhood. So anyway, I would just ask that you please deny this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Any other opponents that want to speak? If not, then I'll close the public hearing. And would the applicant like to respond?
Thank you. Michael Sands, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, I totally understand the neighbor's point of view. I get it. It happens all the time in these, you know, older neighborhoods that are you know, have really nice, you know, old houses, historic houses where you get kind of a mix of these residential uses, and I understand the drive to limit that and to preserve single-family homes. I would just, take objection with the fact we're not trying to retroactively rezone it. I think it's fairly, been fairly clear that my client was not, the bad actor, so to speak, and they have asked one of their tenants to move out. They're in compliance right now. They're not violating the law. They don't intend to violate the law, no matter what happens. But I think it is a little bit. It would be unfortunate to make an example of them in this specific situation, and I don't think it would set a precedent. This is a very odd situation, I would say, and we'll fully admit, or my client would fully admit if he was here, he feels pretty dumb. He should have done, he wishes he would have done his due diligence. But at this point, he is asking, earnestly and doing it the right way, asking for a rezoning. And there is R5 directly across the street. There's R5 interspersed throughout the neighborhood. So it doesn't appear to be an outlandish request that's not in conformance with the nature and character of the neighborhood. Certainly, he wishes that it would have come to fruition differently than it had. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. I'd like to hear from the department. Eric?
Yeah, so obviously that's, the case is pretty straightforward. The Omaha master plan is somewhat vague, and it's not vague. It's the categories of low-density residential, high-density residential, office, commercial. There's oftentimes a wide range. Low-density residential is classified as anything from DR or the R1 district up to R5 zoning. Obviously, from R4 to R5, there are some uses such as duplex and townhomes that are introduced with that district. So I understand, the neighbors' points of view. That being said, the master plan does designate the site for low-density residential. The entire block face on the east side of 33rd Street is R5 zoning, and that is the reasoning for the recommended approval. Should be noted that, it's currently this, along with many of the other homes in the area, I think are about 44 feet in lot width. If a rezoning were to be approved by planning board or city council, ultimately, they have the final say. The duplex requirements in the R5 district is 60 feet. I don't know all the history of when the code was developed and why the 60, but most likely it was because it was accounting for side-by-side duplex units. There's not a different requirement for bottom and top units or within a single structure. But that being said, it is the requirement. So if the rezoning is approved ultimately to R5, the applicant would still need approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals of a lot width waiver of 60 feet. So as the applicant's representative stated, there was some enforcement, so it's good to hear that one of the residents has moved out. Obviously, whenever there's illegal conversions of buildings, there's always concern about meeting applicable life and safety codes, fire codes, building codes. So if this were to go through the entire process, he would need to comply with all the current and applicable codes and bring that building up to compliance, but that's getting down the road. So I'll leave it at that if you have any questions, but staff recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Lisa, will you record the vote?
Moore? Yes. Morris?
Yes.
Pate?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we will move to case number 21, which was pulled off of consent agenda. It's case C11-20-208. The applicant is Mike Golly. It's on for approval of the PUR Planned Unit Redevelopment Overlay District, and the location is northeast of 18th and Ohio Streets. May we hear from the applicant?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mike Gawley, 4324 Fort Street, Executive Director of Holy Name Housing. In front of you is our layout of 13 units, 2 bedrooms with a garage. We're developing this along with 1620 Clark. 30% of the units will be for people with physical handicap, and the rest of the units will be for seniors 55 and older. We'll rent these out for $680, $670 a month. What you have in front of you is, we'll call a compromise or back and forth between us and city staff. We originally had one more unit on this lot, but we reduced the lot, reduced the number of units by 1, and reconfigured the units so that we reduced the number of driveways off of 18th Street, and also created a courtyard in the center of this development. And certainly willing to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents? If not, any opponents?
How you doing?
Hi.
I'm Gregory Robinson. My address is 2603 North 18th Street.
Okay.
And I own the property to the, my property butts up to 2605. And also the back part of it is on 1620, which is another lot that they're trying to build on. But anyway, just kind of like for the record, I know Holy Name has their name is well known, let's just put it like that, but I didn't get a reach out, or nobody reached out to me or nothing as far as, what they were doing, I didn't hear anything. Basically, I was kind of like the first thing I heard was somebody from planning named Autumn Evans. She sent me a letter saying that the alleyway in back of my garage was being vacated. So after that, I asked her about the lot. I asked her about the alley. I said, well, if they're getting rid of it, can I buy it? And she says, well, you can buy half of it. And I says, well, I asked her about buying the whole thing, and she basically told me that the other owner gets the other half. So, I'm like, well, I said, well, the city owns the other part, so why can't I buy the whole thing? And she says, well, the city doesn't own it. Now, this is back in like January, February. I think it's like February. And so so I asked her about 2605 also. She said you guys didn't own that as well. She said the city did not own that as well. So I guess I don't know what she was saying, why she would tell me that. But then fast forward to around July, and I get the letter for the August meeting. So in that one, that's when they're trying to sell the property or whatever, dispose of the lots or whatever. So I basically come down here, and I remember talking to some guys. I don't know if it was this group. I think it probably was more than likely. But but anyway, I kind of explained to them how I had attempted to buy that lot on 2605 on several occasions. And, the city basically had kind of like turned me down, or they said they wasn't selling any property or something to that effect. So, I kind of like, so I think one of the board members suggested I get with Autumn. He said, well, see what you can do. Maybe we can get you one of the lots or something. Okay, so Autumn contacted me, I believe it was the next day. And she said, well, Holy Name revised their thing, whatever they laid out, they revised it. And they're going to sell you, we can sell you 2605. I said, okay. So, she said, I got to do a few things, maybe get an estimate or appraisal. I got to do a few other things, and then I'll get back to you or whatever. So I said, okay. So she called me back up, and she said something about, I need to come down and sign off on something. I said, well, what is this? And she said, I need to sign off on I believe it was a replat of the area or something. And I said, well, why am I signing off on it? She said, Holy Names replat. And I said, well, why am I signing off on Holy Names replat? So basically she said, well, you need to do that because you won't be able to do anything with the lot if you don't sign off on this. You basically won't be able to do anything with it. You'd just be owning the lot. She said, they're actually doing you a favor. They're saving you money or something. So, it didn't really smell right to me. I don't know, but I just didn't want to, I didn't want to be signing off. I said I kind of like to keep my my property at the legal description what it is. I basically wanted to keep it where it was. So I said, can I just buy the lot? And she says, well, okay, well, let me see what I can do. I'll just get some numbers together, and then basically you're gonna bring down a check, and we'll, it's got to go before the city council. She kind of ran down, told me what was going on. She also had texted me pictures of the new lot and where my property stuff would be, as far as the plat or whatever. So after that, a few days later, I got a letter from her saying that, I'll just read the letter. Let's see. I'll just read this one. Okay. This letter is to inform you that the planning department is in support of the original plan submitted to the city of Omaha by Holy Name Housing. Therefore, you will not be receiving the property located 2605 North 18. The development includes 14 affordable senior housing units to be constructed in 2021. So basically, I don't know, he just said that they, I guess he said that they originally was 14, but they did it for the driveways or something like that. I don't know. But in this letter, according to this letter, it sounds like the planning department kind of like it was their idea to kind of scrap me getting the lot, is what it sounded like to me. And I also called her to get an explanation, and that is basically what she told me was that, I guess the director, how do you say his name? Falso? Okay. So I guess it was kind of like I asked her whose call it was, and I guess it was his call or something. And she said they supported the original deal or whatever. So I don't know if that was the case, or if it was because I didn't sign off on didn't sign off or what. It just seemed to kind of, it seemed to kind of strange to me that it went the way it did. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of bring that up. But I also wanted to just kind of go over this thing and, kind of explain why I was kind of like in opposition of this. Okay, so basically, as I stated, I offered to buy it, and, I was kind of like turned down or whatever, or denied, I should say. And I didn't even get any type of hearing, like, where you come before you guys or something like that.
Greg, if I could interject real quick.
Yeah.
The case that was the disposal of the city-owned property was earlier this year.
Yeah, it was in
So
August.
That's not up for debate at today's hearing. So it was determined the city owned the property. They were in support of Holy Name's project. And so the decision was made to transfer the property to Holy Name.
Okay, I understand. I just wanted to make that part of the record, though, because they told me, you guys, when I came here last time, the guy says, get with Autumn. I got with Autumn, and this is what happened. I'm just letting you guys know what happened.
And then as far as the alley, that was on last month's planning board. That was a replat, which included your property as one of the two lots. And my understanding is that your half of the alley, Holy Name was providing you, free of charge, is my understanding. Correct me if that is incorrect, Mike Gawley. And so you're a part of the replat, and you would be getting half of the alley to the east side of your property, whereas the remaining part of the alley would go to Holy Name. And then the project today is for the actual layout, which has been reduced from 14 to 13 townhomes. So.
Okay, well, in that case, so I can't speak in opposition of this thing? Is that what you're saying?
You absolutely can, but we're looking today at the layout of the townhomes is the matter before us.
Well, doesn't it all tie together? If I'm in opposition of this whole thing, wouldn't that also tie in?
You could state your opposition, absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right. Well, anyway, so I don't mean to go back over this, but as I stated, I had, attempted to buy that or whatever, and they didn't sell it to me, but okay, so my main concerns is kind of like the streets in that particular area, the traffic, the increase in traffic. If you're coming east on Ohio Street, if you're coming east on Ohio Street and you hit 18th, the road actually just kind of goes nowhere and it kind of stops. You have to actually swerve out and come into the other lane in order to get down from, let's say, 18th to like 16th. So, with the increased traffic, I think there's the bigger chance for accidents. Also, like in the wintertime, I'm not sure how they'll do the plowing as far as the streets. So that might be a concern to me as far as the extra, just the extra traffic flow in there. Also, when you get down to 18th Street, when you get down to 16th Street, there's an apartment building that sits on the corner, and it would be on the southwest corner. And most of those people park lining that Ohio Street coming back all the way up to that alley that I talked about. So that's also a concern because when they're parked there, when you come down that street, there's no way you can get through there if somebody's coming up. It's not made for 3 cars. It's made for 2 cars. Only 2 cars will fit in there. So if they're parked there, only 1 car. And if you're coming off of 16th and you make a right to go west, you'll have to basically either back up if somebody's already committed out there. You'll have to back up or try to do something different, which is also kind of like a hazard and, just a traffic danger. So that was one of my main concerns. It's just like the area just isn't really equipped for the extra influx of traffic. Okay, let's see. And also, I would just, I understand he said this was like a senior living. And I believe we already have some senior facility down there on maybe like a block away from the proposed site. Shannon Heights, I believe, is down there, which is like a block away from where he's, maybe like a block or so, right away from where he's this proposed site. And that is a senior facility. And there's also I'll just say there's limited resources in that area. If you go to there's no major grocery stores. There's a little grocery store, Chubb's, 16th and Locust, and there's a Family Dollar there, right there, 16th and Ohio. And their resources are limited. I go in there sometime, their trucks haven't come in, they don't have half stuff, they're limiting you on what you can get. It's kind of tough, and especially with the the whole COVID thing as well. That just made it worse. But they weren't really all that up to par to begin with, if you ask me. Okay, and my other thing would be just that I live in an older house, and so it's a big 2-story. And, all this, anytime you do construction, and I know you guys nobody can do anything about this, but I mean, it's just the fact that, these big trucks are going to be coming in and out. There's going to be all kinds of noise. They're going to be shaking the house, rocking through the neighborhoods, tearing up the streets, all of this. That's another opposition I would kind of, I'm opposed to all of that, which I know you guys can't do nothing about that, but I just want to make it part of the thing. Okay. And the other thing is the house kind of butts up to my property. Like I said, the 2605 butts up to my property. So if that does come in there, it eliminates me doing anything over on the north side, basically, depending upon how close he gets to my house. It will basically probably eliminate me doing anything. So that would be a concern of mine as well. And I also feel like this will probably increase my taxes with no real benefit to the neighborhood. I mean, I understand there's a need for senior living, but maybe just not there. And honestly, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't put my parents down there. If they were living, I wouldn't put them down there. Honestly, it's not. I never heard nobody saying, "Oh, I can't wait to move down there to 18th and Ohio." It just don't happen, man. It's not that great of a neighborhood. It's got it's been improving, but it's not that great of a neighborhood. So as far as seniors, I don't know. But and the other part is, if this does go forward, I feel like they're probably going to have to widen that street. The Ohio Street would probably have to be widened, and in doing that, I'm probably going to lose some property. Because they're probably going to widen it on my side. which I don't want to lose any property. Okay, and the last thing I wanted to say is, okay, I'm the only one down here now. I think the last time there might have been like me and another guy that kind of like protest. But I just want to say that part of that reason is there are people that are opposed to this in the neighborhood, but that neighborhood consists of mainly renters. And when these notices go out, they go out to the owners. And sometimes the renters don't even know about it. So the owners will get it. It's of no concern to them. So, it's no big deal. They're not living there. But I'm down there. I have to live with it. Whatever happens, Holy Name doesn't live down there. But whatever they do, I have to deal with it. If they put those units in there, let's say we get some bad neighbors or something, they come in there, they want to get rowdy, they want to do whatever, I have to live with that. You know what I mean? So I'm just hoping that y'all can, maybe put this on pause till at least some of these are addressed or some of these things are taken care of, especially the traffic concern. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for coming down. Mike, or I guess any other opponents? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Mike, would you like to address a couple of those concerns?
My golly, 4324 4th Street. Most of these concerns have to do with developing abandoned property. And I'll admit that's our mission, is develop abandoned property of North Omaha, transforming it to be used by families, and we do it at a very affordable rate to people. And but I realize development comes at inconvenience to people or cost to people, and we tried our best to work through that. I probably will look at Ohio Street, and maybe there shouldn't be any parking on Ohio Street between 16th and 18th. You look at the map right there the city provides, and it does look very narrow. So maybe, I don't know what the parking situation's like in Ohio right there.
Yeah.
So, but